the introduction part. Karibu Maria.
Thank you, Yasin. So we had originally planned a more elaborate round of introductions during the high-level session, where we will ask one representative from each organization that is present here today to just present their organization and say a few words. I think it's the start of the high-level session. But since that doesn't happen until this afternoon, we just wanted to start now with just everyone here. Could you please just stand up, say your name and organization, so we just know who is in the room, and then we'll save the more elaborate introduction for this afternoon. So maybe if I just start here and pass around the mic, and then we'll just. Oh, there's another one.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Anne-Mai Thompson, and I work in Strømme Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cecilia Jeremia. I work with Nexus, Tanzania as a country manager. Thank you.
My name is Helene Lie, also work for Norgesvel, but the head office in Norway as the country responsible for Tanzania.
Good morning. I'm Charles Soluchina. I'm Regional Program Coordinator for IUCN and also Country Representative Tanzania.
Good morning. I am Podda Malozo, working with SNOC as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Guro Glavin, and I work at the Norwegian Embassy with food security and climate.
Good morning. My name is Odd Arnesen. I'm Regional Envoy for Food Security from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but I'm based in Dar es Salaam.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Marianne Johansen. I'm the head of section for nature and climate in NORAD.
Hi, good morning, everyone. JJ Muhinda is my name. I work with AGRA, based out of Nairobi. I'm the regional director for Eastern and Southern Africa. Happy to be here.
Good morning. My name is Geoffrey Kirenga. I work with SACOT as the Chief Executive Officer. We're based in Dar es Salaam, but also in the SACOT corridor.
Good morning. My name is Johanne Kaduma. I'm the Managing Director at Past Trust, based out of Dar es Salaam. That's the Private Agricultural Sector Support Trust.
Good morning. I'm Joshua Moya. I'm working with WP based in Dar es Salaam.
Good morning. My name is Eli Florida Mushi. I work with Farm to Market Alliance program at WFP Dar es Salaam.
Hi everyone, my name is Lusajo Bukuku. I work with Florida at the World Food Program.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ragnhild Valstad. I work in the section for nature and climate at NORAD.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Felix Nawera. I work with the World Bank.
Good morning. My name is Lucy Sent, a climate change expert working with the World Bank.
Good morning. My name is at the National Climate Monitoring Center.
Good morning. My name is Eliakim Zahab.
Manager for Crop Research and Post-Harvest Management. Manager for Crop Research and Post-Harvest Management. We manage all the crops that we eat and those we don't eat, but they are important for our planet.
My name is Susan Danda. I'm working with IUCN.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Kayombo. I'm working with IUCN Tanzania as their communication focal person.
Morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel. I also work with IUCN.
Good morning, everybody. Habari za asubuhi. I'm Michael McGrahm, the country director for SNV in Tanzania.
Good morning. My name is Mary Rauscher. I'm the agri-food sector lead for SNV.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Solon. I'm working for NRC, but not part of NRC based in Oslo.
Good morning. My name is Elise Matslin. I'm a program advisor for climate action, also at NORCAP NRC, based in Oslo.
Good morning. My name is Bobakar Kijoji. I'm working with the WWF Dar es Salaam office as a resource mobilization partnership lead. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nixon Kimaro, environmentalist from the Environmental Management Unit, Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Solomon Michael, Country Program Manager, Trademark Africa, Tanzania.
Good morning. I'm Glory Ngowi from the Agriculture Transformation Office.
Hi, everyone. Seto Amable from the Agricultural Transformation Office. Thank you.
Khalid Mgaramu, working with Sagot Center Limited, managing the Hemi cluster offices in Iringa.
Habari za asubuhi. My name is Jeremiah Joseph Tem, Acting Director, Agriculture Transformation Office based in Dodoma.
Asante, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. My name is Alunas Maxwell Mama Kimbula, working as Programs Manager for Strome Foundation, Tanzania Country Office. Thank you.
Habari ya asubuhi. My name is Pastori Magingi. I work for African Wildlife Foundation as Country Coordinator.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Juma Makalanga, Lead Investment Partnership and Resource Mobilization, Agriculture Transformation Office.
Good morning. My name is Bert Marie. I'm the Country Director of the Norwegian Church.
Good morning. My name is Vivian Wendela, Country Director, Agra Tanzania. Asante.
And my name's Dorcas Mwakoi. I work for Agra as the country program lead. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Donald Mezambwa, working as Agra Program Officer, based Dar es Salaam.
Good morning. My name is Clarence Msafiri and I'm working with African Wildlife Foundation.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Mhagama and I'm working with IUCN as lead for sustainable agriculture. I'm based in Dar es Salaam. Thank you.
My name is John Banga. I work for Sagot Center as cluster manager for Kilombero, but also acting the head of clusters.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jafet Nyangoro. I work for IDH as a country director in Tanzania.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jeff Eleza. I work for Agra Tanzania. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bernard Ndolo. I work with IDH as a program coordinator.
Good morning. My name is Godfrey Christopher. I'm working with the Prime Minister's office and as a project of advancing resilience for smallholder aquaculture as a 3D expert. This project is funded by NORAD.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jacqueline here, working under Prime Minister's office with the project of Agriculture and Fisheries Development Program.
Thank you, everyone. Those who haven't introduced themselves, just raise their hands, because I think there were a few.
Good morning. My name is Paul Tangata. I head the data analytics at Agra based in Nairobi, Kenya.
Good morning. My name is Abiudi Kamba. I work for WFP as a program policy officer based here in Dodoma.
Oh, good morning. And my name is Gladys. I work with the embassy as the program officer, communications and events.
So thank you, everyone. I think that was nice to just get a picture of who's here today. And I hope, of course, that you will get more acquainted with each other during these 2 days. We have set aside time for lunch and networking, and there will be a reception tonight here at the hotel after we finish the program. Let's move on. I think I'm now going to invite my NORAD colleague, Marianne Johansen, to the stage. She's the head of section for nature and climate in NORAD, which is the unit that is also responsible for the climate partnership with the Tanzania at NORAD. So welcome, Marianne.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here and see so many faces and people working on things that we in NORAD cares a lot about. So I'm really looking forward to learn more from you and to hear what you have to say. I have prepared some words that I would like to share with you. I think it is quite apparent to all of us that climate change is affecting us all, every single person on this planet, and we have to work together to address it. And it's only through real partnership and collaboration that we will get emissions down at the global level, and also to address the negative consequences that we're already facing from climate change. And I think it's worth noticing that this collaborative spirit is not only needed from a practical perspective, but it's also something that's reflected in the Sustainable Development Goals. And my favorite one is number 17 on partnership and collaboration. And I think Tanzania and Norway has together really taken this very, very seriously, that we have together signed an MOU on collaborating on climate change, and especially agreed that we together will work to enhance and support Tanzania's NDC. And the MOU clearly states that we are supposed to, and I'm reading from the MOU now, acting as equal partners in mutual respect and with a strong commitment to the goals of the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. And I think when I read that, it made me very happy, because I think this is the spirit that we need to move forward on in this agenda. In our meeting today, I think we very much manifest the spirit, all of us here, and we will address several important aspects of this collaboration between Tanzania and Norway. For instance, that we in the MOU, we are supposed to work to increase Tanzania's capacity to develop and apply climate change policy, including cross-sectoral approaches, both at the central and local levels. And I think today we're discussing agriculture and climate change, so really cross-sectoral. So that's really good. And we're also supposed to support climate resilient food production, also very much in the spirit of this workshop today. And finally, also support efforts to strengthen climate change adaptation and mitigation through nature-based solutions for sustainable land and water management, which I also think is very much something that a lot of you is working on here today. It's clear that economic development is necessary to increase human prosperity in Tanzania. But I think we also have seen from various reports, both globally and also the recent country climate and development report that was issued by the World Bank for Tanzania, that green development, economic development, can both be addressing climate issues and the need growth in the country. And I think especially in a sector such as agriculture in this country, which is one of the main economic sectors, this is particularly important. And I'm really looking forward to understand better how we can work together to continue to grow and develop the agricultural sector in Tanzania in a way that both makes it less vulnerable to climate shocks, but also help reduce emissions in the country. And also looking forward to working together with all of you to achieve. So with that, I wish every single one of you here fruitful, interesting, and inspiring workshop. Looking forward to getting to know you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Now we'll move on to the next speaker, Dr. Juma Makaranga from ATO. Please join me on stage. Oh, there you are.
Maybe as Dr. Juma is coming, just to add to what Mariana said. So in addition to MOU on climate, we also have another MOU on agriculture and food security. And the climate partnership was signed during the AGRF. And then the MOU on agriculture and food security was signed the next few months in February during the state visit by Her Excellency. So we have both MOUs on agriculture and also on climate.
Yeah, welcome to Agriculture Master Plan. As I introduced before, my name is Dr. Juma Makaranga. I'm leading the Department of Partnership, Investment, and Resource Mobilization. So here we are mobilizing resources, right? So I must write right here. So, in a nutshell, when we say agriculture transformation ops, this is an entity specifically to support and coordinate the implementation of agriculture master plan. Support and coordinate the implementation of agriculture master plan. This is a catalytic program that will take us towards transformation of agriculture in the country by 2050. Yeah, let's come overview of agriculture sector. So when you look at this number, we live in business when we say agriculture. Let's come to national income by GDP is 26%. So if you say 26%, it means that out of 65 USD, 6% come from money. Then when you say this showing, so take that one. So we say 65% of the industrial raw material comes from agriculture. This means that agriculture is a key
Prerequisite for industrial transformations. Then employment. Out of 100 people in this country, 65 people are employed in agriculture. That's the meaning. So when you go outside there, we count 100 people, 65 are living under agriculture activities. Then forex earning, almost 1/3 of the foreign exchange in this country came from agriculture business. It means export, right? Then 128% food security. So we are eating, then we're vomiting. It means we eat in the export, right? We have excess of 28%. So we are doing good. Conventionally, we have 4 phases of agriculture growth or agriculture development. So our master plans will take that up to 3rd stage of agriculture growth. It is structural transformation. So the first phase, that's the phase we are now. The first phase of agriculture development is expansion and the commercializations. So from now until 2030, we expect to have increased productivity. We expect that this agriculture master plan will be known by all stakeholders within the country and outside the country. We expect that we are making conducive sector investment in agriculture. So we have surplus production. So from now until 2030, we expect to have surplus production, high productivity, conducive environment for private sector investment in agriculture, and so forth. Then from 2030, from 2031 to 2040, that we expect to have agriculture industrialization. There, we need to increase high agro-processing and value additions. We expect to have influx of private sector investment because the first stage we are creating an enabling environment. Then we expect that the small order farmer income start to shift from farm activities to other value chains activities. So we are starting at industrialization. We are starting to vacuuming people from farm activities to other economic activities by 2040. So master plan will take us 2050, where we need to realize agricultural transformations. How? So we expect by 2050, the 55% we said employed in agriculture dropping to 45%. So we are going to realize agricultural transformation where large number of people will be coming from agriculture activities to other value additions and the industrialization works. So from there, we are going to realize the agricultural transformation. There, we need to be global leader. If you remember AGLF last 2023, we said we need Tanzania to be a regional and a global leader when it's come to agriculture. So we expect by 2050, when we'll be implementing agriculture master plan, we'll be leading this East Africa, SADC, Africa, and the globe at large. So the final stage will be 2051 and beyond. That is at maturation stage. There will be a stage where agriculture will no longer grow, but will be sustained and maintaining other economic activities to grow. So from there, agriculture GDP from agriculture will be moving from agriculture activities at farm level activities to other global, to other agriculture value chains. So from there, we say that agriculture is at matured stage. So there will be a sustainable food security mechanism. There will be sharing and the estimation of lesson learned from transformation, and the other economic activities should be sustained by manipulation of agriculture. So our agriculture master plan will take us up to 2050. All this will be reached, and the assumption will be there, and the enabling environment for private sector investment. So in agriculture master plan, one of the key words we are seeing every day is private sector investment, private sector investment. So we are here to make favorable conditions for private sector to put money in agriculture. So this is our vision. So the vision of agriculture master plan by 2050, we expect agriculture GDP grow by 100 billion USD by 2050. As for now, actually the benchmark data was 2022, was 18 billion USD. We expect by 2030 of 31 billion USD. So the projection say that by 2030, the GDP of the country will be 120 billion USD. So that's at the 1 billion USD that will be coming from agriculture will be 25% of the national economy. So for now we have 2060. So because we are transforming, the GDP of agriculture is going to increase slowly, while the other economic sector GDP will be increasing. So productivity and the productivity of total commodities in agriculture master plan, we have 15 flagships and 20 total commodities. So we have more than 120 commodities in this country. So we have prioritized all the 20 commodities according to the model we used during this projection. So we expect to increase productivity by 50% by 2030 and by 300% by 2050. Then small order income Okay. So we need to increase the income. So we cannot transform agriculture, then we say we are transforming if the smallholder farmers are still poor, right? This we'll be lying. So we need these smallholder farmers to have money in their pocket. So that's analysis say that by 2030, we're talking about farm income, only farm income household will be more than 851 USD. By 2050, we expect to have 3,450. So, according to Tanzania Development Vision 2050, which is going to be inaugurated in May, yes, this year in May, the projection was GDP per capita of Tanzania will be 4,500 USD. But agriculture, only from farm income, will be 1,450. This is almost 50% of the per capita income by 2050. So agriculture will contribute towards upper middle income country by 30%. So as a country, as development partner, private sector and other stakeholders, if we need to realize upper middle income economy by 2050, we need to invest in agriculture. Then value of agro processing to be increased by 10 billion USD from 3 billion that we have by 2030 and the 1.2 billion that was the benchmark data during analysis. Then net export we expect to have 20 billion USD from 6 billion the projection by 2030. So it'll be almost 5 times. This is a broader outcome. Those was the visions about we have GDP, income, exports, agro processing. So this we expect broader GDP. So by 2050, so I'm not good in colors. This color is green or yellow? Light green, right? This is blue. This is green. So in light green is 2022, blue is 2030, and the green is 2050. So by 2050, we say we need to realize a greater transformation. Then the key point to know there that the number of people working in agriculture should be dropping day after day, year after year. By 2050, we expect to have 45% out of 65. So 20% number of people working in agriculture will be vacuuming to other value chain, agro processing, and the other, we can say decent work, right? The agriculture also is decent work because we are eating from there. Yes, but poverty should be decreased from 26 million people to 2 million by 2050. Then starving people undernourished should be decreasing from 25% to 15% by 2030 and to 2% by 2050. So we need to realize this by 2050. So this is a time series impact of Agriculture Master Plan. Those was the vision up to this year. We need to, the model was telling us every year we need to see the changes. So it's a time series, but this time series was taken until 2030. So we expect agriculture GDP by 2030, if you remember on those tables, to increase to 31 billion. But this red line shows that if we effectively implement agriculture master plan, the red arrow, the red line. But this gray lines, if we do business as usual. So that's the changes. So if we implement agriculture master plan, agriculture GDP should grow up to 31 billion by 2030. But if we go business as usual without
implementing agriculture master plan, our agriculture GDP will grow up to 24 billion. So GDP of agriculture will be dropping. Then the growth rate of agriculture will go to 10%. Then will go to 10%. Then when we do business usual, will grow up to 3.8. Now it's growing at 4.2. So it means that without implementing agriculture master plan, the growth rate of agriculture will be decreasing. So population poverty, when you implement agriculture master plan, will be 22 million by 2030. But when we do business as usual, the poverty will be increasing. That's the paradox, right? Yes. Because the number of dependents will be increasing, population rate will be increasing, unemployment will be increasing. So the number of dependents will be more, so that even though we are producing more, number of dependents will shut us down. So that's the poverty will be increasing. So staffed people will be decreasing. Will be increasing when do business usual from 13 million to 15 million by 2030. But when implement agriculture master plan, it will be decreasing to 9 million. Yeah. I said we have 15 flagship. Then flagship in agriculture master plan, those are investment projects. So each flagship is a project entity with specific interventions and a specific budget for both the government and the private sector. So I'll be taking through on the flagship. So I will share this presentation. So the intervention will sit and the cost. So if we ask it to choose one thing to invest in agriculture, leave other factors constant, we'll select water. We need to make sure our crops have water, right? That's why our first flagship is irrigation. If we have to choose one stuff. So then, second one, if we have to choose two, the second was seed production. We need relevant seed. We have water, land is there. We need water, then next we need this seed production, the quality one. Then the third one, we have water, we have seed. What next? We need this soil healthy. Which soil is suitable for which crops? So our third flagship was we need to improve soil health. The first one, yes, we have irrigation, we have seed, we have soil. What next? We need market for crops. Now we are producing. We have soil, water, seed, soil health. We need the market. So our third flagship, we need market from farm to forks, downstream and the upstream. So from farm to all value chain until the table. Then we need to improve red meat and the dairy farmers' access to market. That was very specific. Red meat and the dairy farmers. Then we have to develop traditional cash crops. That's our board rate. So during analysis in this agriculture master plan, all crops that has board showed success more than the less crop that has no board. So we need to put more emphasis on body crop and increase more boards more than the one we have now. Yeah, flagship number 7. This is a flagship made ATO to be here in this room today. We are going to remove agriculture-specific regulatory barriers. That's a project funded by Norwegian Embassy with NORAD. So this is a flagship. We mobilize the resource. So we are going to unlock prerequisites for commercializations, specifically for wheat, soya, poultry, aquaculture, and the fertilizers. So during analysis, we saw there is a mega money there, mega economic growth there for when we put muscles on wheat, soya, poultry, aquaculture, and the fertilizer. But we need to develop warehouses and the market linkage for agro processing, or specific commodities. Our specific commodity is 20 priority commodities. Then we need to increase exports because we need forex, right? Then we have to digitalize farmers and the other stakeholders. So we need farmers and other stakeholders to be in the system of this agribusiness and agriculture production productivity. Then we have to boost coverage of quality extension officers. When you say coverage, means the number of extension officers should match the number of farmers according to the global level. Then financing. We have to provide access to financing for smaller farmers in terms of their groups. If they are big farmers, according to their companies and their value chains. Then we need to sustainably unlock 1.5 million hectares for commercial farmers and the 1.2 million hectares for smaller farmers. So we need to protect land. We need to have special land that's for agriculture, because if you remember, flag number 3, to have soil health. So when we do measurement for soil health, we need to protect that health that soil only for agriculture purpose. So we don't expect after measurement of soil, we don't expect that land you put viwanjas and you put residents. That's agriculture for land should be for land. Agriculture for industry should be for industry. Agriculture for residents to be for residents. So we need to protect to store our agriculture soil. So this will be my last slide. By 2030, because our agriculture master plan will take at 25 years, but the implementation stage, the phase 1, will take us until 2030. So the investment estimation is up to 2030. So the investment portfolio of agriculture master plan by 2030, we need 12.5 billion USD, where 5.6 should be from the government investment on this master plan, and the 6.9 should be from the private investor. So we need to pull up the socks. But the cost-benefit analysis of this agriculture master plan, because we're talking business here, is 1:3. By 2030, once we invest $1 USD, it will give us a return of $3 USD. So we invest $1, we get the return of $3. So the profit is, the mathematicians, almost 200%. So the business of investing in agriculture master plan is a viable business. 200% profit. This is our priority commodities, 20 priority commodities. So remember, those 15 flagship will be invested following this commodity. We cannot put irrigation according to the rest of the program will be continual business as usual. But these priority commodities, when we get money, when we get investors, when we have money to invest on flagship, should be channeled toward this priority commodity zone. You know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Juma, for that presentation. And really good to have some numbers and also is it on now? Yeah. Yeah, very good to have some numbers and also the government's ambitions towards 2050 as a background for our discussions later. The presentation from VPO will be moved to after the break. So now let me welcome Mr. Lukoa Rogasian from Pioral to the stage.
Yes, and as our colleague Rogasian is coming. I think for Dr. Juma, just one of the questions that will come later. I mean, in our transformation, how do we ensure sustainability? Please, you can highlight when we get on the Q&A session. Karibu Bwana Rogasian.
Good morning once again. Yeah, my name is Said Rogasian Lukoa. I'm working with the President Office, Regional Administration and Local Government. I'll start with my remarks by highlighting the key roles of the office I'm working with. We are mandated for sparing the decentralization policies, whereby our responsibility is to enhance and fostering development of local governments, authorities, as indicated or stipulated in the Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania, Article 145 and 146. The local government authorities receive their birth. So given a role mandate is to make sure that local government flourish in the countries. In so doing, we are happy in making sure that we coordinate all sectoral policies, programs, implementation at the local government. So we are the bridge. If you like the program, policies, whatever mentioned, you need to reach the people. Now the bridge is our office you're working with. If we're having now the agricultural master plan, and we think it's really good. With the master plan, this is a policy document. If it is embedded into local government's planning for it to be sustainable and the objective to be attained. I know we used to implement SDP2, and now we have the agricultural master plan. We are here to support the Ministry of Agriculture to link as our role, managing the interface between the sector and the other stakeholders, making these stakeholders meet the people. Because we believe any transformation to being meaningful should involve the people. Where will we involve the peoples? Through reaching their governments, where their voices are heard, because there are quarterly basis meeting where councils and councillor receives opinion, view of the people we needed to transform. Mention the private sector also within the local government. They're there. So if you, so we are here. We actually supporting this one. We encourage all sectors to make use of their office to meet with the local government authorities. The master plan therefore said it will be made possible if local government are made full on board from the beginning. Because as we know, if you are mentioning about the agricultural land, but in Tanzania, local governments are the planning authority of land as per Land Act. If you need to have agricultural land protected, you need to take the local government authority on board from the beginning. If you see, for instance, in the Ministry of Natural Resource, there have forest reserved land protected. And according to their policies, there are procedures for making land use and gazetting their land for natural resources, forests, and other wildlife. Unfortunately, in agriculture, that effort is not yet much. So the policy for agriculture itself needed to work toward decentralization to make realization of this. So here, our comment on this master plan, we insist of considering the role of local government plans for the implementation of this agricultural master plan and SDP. It needs to be on board from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. In order to have time for VPO's presentation after lunch, after the coffee break, we're gonna move the coffee break ahead a bit, but we have about 10 minutes for any questions or comments or reflections to what you've just heard. So please just raise your hand if you want to speak. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning again. I'm Kijoji from WWF. I have a question to Dr. Juma. Thank you for a very good presentation. You helped me really to get understanding of the budget formation, the roadmap, which I think everybody, of course, aware, but maybe we miss most of details. So I'm happy to see the actions, to see agriculture really transformed, see all those kind of the growth. But my question is about what the actions maybe which are necessary or probably thought already to ensure that all this transformation will not happen in the expenses of biodiversity, because we see now the trend or the biodiversity losses is mainly contributed by agriculture. Almost over 70% of the biodiversity loss is caused by agriculture. Look at the ecosystems like a forest being lost because of the agriculture transformation. So my question is, of course, it could be for everybody here. What we need to really put in place to make sure that the key ecosystem services that are important for everybody, we people and the other creatures, depending on really protected, so that we see with sustainable agricultural information. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's actually a very, very interesting question, and I actually passed that question back to the ATO. We all know that we need substantial increase in agricultural production. We all know that virtually all the agricultural production increase in the last 20 years or more has come from expansion of agricultural land, and we want to stop that. We want to have a dramatic increase in the productivity of our existing agricultural land. So we're looking here at very traditional things, irrigation, seed production, and so on. There are less traditional approaches where we work with fiscal tools, taxation, and so on. The market responds to market signals, and I'm wondering whether the ATO has been talking with the Treasury, with the Ministry of Finance about how we can give signals to the market to make it a lot more rational to invest in increasing the productivity of existing land rather than what's almost free at the moment, which is expanding the area of agricultural land.
Thank you, Michael. We have room for one more comment, or if not, I'll give the word to ATO if you want to respond to any of the questions. So, yes.
Thank you very much, colleagues from ATO and PM, the Prime Minister's PO Ralph here, for the nice presentation and statement. So mine is a comment that goes to ATO as well. And this makes reference to the recently launched ADAPT strategy and action plan. This being a continental framework that guides investment in the agri-food sector, it would be very good to understand from the context of agricultural master plan what it means. I'm just raising this because the new 10-year CADAP strategy was launched just last month in Kampala. And I'm glad that NORAD, through ODIA, was representing the development partners that support the whole process of developing the CADAP. And we know from the last generation of CADAP Malabo, now we're talking about CADAP Kampala, there is a process that takes place of CADAP approval, which is about domesticating some of the priorities and the investment areas that have been prioritized. Although I see a very good alignment to some of the points that Dr. Juma mentioned, especially building resilience of agri-food system, inclusivity, which are already to a certain extent embedded in the agricultural master plan. But it would be good to sit back and see what does the framework means for the agricultural master plan moving forward. Because as you know, most of the partners and the government have to align investment with the continental framework, which is now then domesticated into the National Sector Strategic Plan and Investment Plan, which is the master plan, the ag master plan in this case. Just a point of reflection. It's not a question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I allowed?
You have 1 minute.
1 minute, okay. There's a question to Prolard, to Lukua. The local governments are making money out of agriculture. They do tax agriculture. And they are supposed to reinvest parts of that surplus into agriculture. To what extent do they do that? I mean, do we see an opportunity for improvement there? Because if I remember correctly, that there's so much things you need to invest in as local government, health, schools, etc. But by law, they should reinvest in agriculture, if I'm correct. And my question is that happening? And if not, could it be improved?
Thank you, Ott. So I'll let ATO comment on the questions first, and then Pioral can comment on Odd's question after that. So I don't know who from ATO wants to take the mic.
Thank you very much for very nice comment and questions about the ATO and the Agriculture Master Plan. On behalf of my colleague, Dr. Juma, let me respond some few. Probably he can add up as well. He was asking about how are we going to how is the master plan going to consider the issue of loss of biodiversity? Well, as my brother there said, increasing productivity is part and parcel of reducing biodiversity, because you are going to use the same land, increase production because of the demand, and well, there are interventions related to this area of increased productivity. Others were very clearly mentioned about irrigation, proper seeds, soil health, and that we are going to build resilience and sustainability of the production of the farmers when they also access the market. It is reflecting to the issue of increasing productivity, investment of that particular land which is being used for agriculture. Considering also the knowledge, AMP is going to impact the knowledge of the farmers, considering other area of issue of biodiversity to be considered as part and parcel of their farming practices. Of course, there are several flagships which is considering also the issue of conservation of the indigenous species and crops. Not, of course, not out of the crop and livestock and fisheries, but their consideration of conservation of the indigenous. It's also considering maintaining the biodiversity which is around. Like in livestock, and of course in crops, we insist on, if we want to maintain the resilience of the farmers, the indigenous species has to be maintained in place. Otherwise, if you consider the hybrids and the other things only, it means at the end of the day, when there is climate change and other things, will impact much to the livestock and crop farmer, fishes and fishery farmers. So that's the area. But if we go deep dive into the master plan, it's clearly alluded into the master plan. How are you going to do it? And it is detailed. This is just a snapshot. The master plan document is close to 400 pages. So it was not easy to present each and everything here, just to highlight. I think Dr. Juba, if you have something to add, you're welcome.
Yeah, let me top up for the first question. That's how are we going, the master plan, count on the loss of biodiversity. So all the numbers that I was presenting, the projection, the analysis was basically originated from the RIAPA model. The RIAPA model is rural investment analysis for policy. Rural investment analysis for policy. This was developed by IPRI, International Food and Agriculture Food Research Institute, by 2017. It's count for investments, it's count for economic shock, like COVID, climate smart. Those was a parameter that was counted for before introducing variable for this projection. So all about the best climate smart, economic shock, agriculture policies, agriculture investment was introduced into the model so that we got those projections. So every factors was embodied on during the analysis and the modeling of this projection. Thank you.
Thank you. So over to Piorak.
Yeah, it is true that local government authorities, according to the Local Government Finance Act, Cap 290, do collect revenue from forest produce cess, 3%, not more than 3%. They normally collect those revenues. Now, according to the guidance given here, what we are having, it is stipulated that the need to reinvest in agriculture at least 20% of all revenues collected from agricultural produce to be reinvested in agricultural activities, including extension services and the like related to agricultural service. For livestock, I think it is about 15%, and for fisheries, 5%. But they do reinvest, but the figure is not enough to my understanding. Because again, the revenue itself, it is not much given the number of priorities and services to be provided to the community, have you noted well. But actually we do reinvest, we reuse this money accrued from forest producers. What we need is strive, because the marketing ground of we are in Tanzania, the collection of the forest, not forest, yeah, crop producers is a bit complicated, and sometimes it's not due to marketing system in existing country. But to answer the question, yes, they have to reinvest, but not all. 20%, 15 to 5. So we're striving to increase. We understand that one.
Thank you. Thank you for the discussion so far. Yasin, do you want to?
Yes, so we are now ending this session, and we will break for coffee and a healthy break. Thereafter, I'll come back for panel discussion. We are having 5 panelists from TARI, NDC in the VPO, SACOT, Nordisville, and IUCN. So I kindly request Dr. Belaro from TARI who will be, one of our panelists. Madam Cecilia Jeremiah from Nogis Valley, who will be from Nogis Valley, and also Mr. Geoffrey Krenga from Sakot, Sudi Samuel, NDCP at VPO, and Anthony Mhagama from IUCN. We just come to this table for a few briefing to our moderator, Rangel, who will be moderating the session. Please let us spend 20 minutes and come back here at 10 sharp to start our panel discussion. Asanteni sana, karibuni chai.
Habari, ninaitwa Raha, mkurugenzi mtendaji wa kampuni ya Raha Farm. Raha Farm tunajihusisha zaidi na uzalishaji na uuzaji wa miche ya mboga mboga. Tunapatikana katika mkoa wa Morogoro, wilaya ya Kilosa, kijiji cha Msowero na Dumila, lakini pia tunapatikana katika mkoa wa Tanga, wilaya ya Kilindi, kijiji cha Kikunde. Tunapatikana pia Dodoma, Kibaigwa, na leo tuko hapa Kahama, tumekuja kuzindua kitalu cha Raha Farm. Kiko hapa nje kidogo ya manispaa ya Kahama, sehemu inaitwa Difoeni, mtaa unaitwa Nyakato. Tumechagua Kahama kwa sababu kwanza ni eneo ambalo lina wakulima wengi, lakini hakuna uzalishaji wa miche, lakini pia wakulima wanalima mbegu bora sana, ila wengi wanasia kitalu cha chini. Sasa sisi Raha Farm tumekuja kwa ajili ya kuwasaidia wakulima wa kanda hii kufanya kilimo kwa kutumia kitalu salama. Lakini pia utumiaji wa mbegu bora kwa Kahama ni mkubwa. Sio tu Kahama, kanda ya Ziwa kwa ujumla. Utumiaji wa mbegu bora ni mkubwa. Wakulima wa hapa, Warunzewe, wametoka Kagongwa, wametoka Isegeye, Katoro, Geita. Wote wamekuja hapa kwa ajili tu ya kuona kitalu bora cha miche ya mboga mboga. Ushiriki wa vijana kwenye kilimo kwa sasa ni mkubwa, mwamko kwa vijana umekuwa ni mkubwa. Wakulima vijana wanapenda kilimo tofauti na zamani, ambapo walikuwa wanaamini kilimo ni kwa ajili ya watu ambao maisha yamewashinda, wamestaafu, hawakusoma, lakini sasa hivi kilimo ni biashara. Vijana wengi wanapenda kilimo na wanafanya kilimo. Kwa upande wa Raha Farm tunafanya na vijana zaidi ya 100. Hawa ni wale ambao tumewapa ajira za kudumu na zile ambazo sio za kudumu. Na hivi tumeongeza kitalu cha Kahama, maana yake ajira zinakwenda kuwa zaidi ya 120 na kitu. Na vijana hawa wote sio tu wanafanya kazi Raha Farm, lakini pia wanajifunza matumizi ya mbegu bora, wanaziona mashambani, maana huwa wanakwenda field, lakini wanajifunza namna ya kupanda, namna ya kuhudumia wakulima, lakini uchaguzi pia wa mbegu bora ni kitu ambacho vijana pia hapa wanajifunza. Zaidi ya hayo pia vijana tunawajifunza matumizi sahihi ya kuhifadhi fedha, kwa sababu huwezi kukua kama hujaweza kutunza fedha. Elimu ya fedha ni elimu ambayo Raha Farm tumekuwa tukiitoa hasa kwa wafanyakazi wa Raha Farm, kwa sababu tunaamini mtu aliyetunza shilingi 100 akiweka shilingi 100 nyingine haiwezi kuwa 100. Hivyo kikubwa ambacho tunazungumza hasa na mabinti wa kike ni namna ya kuweka kile kidogo ambacho wanakipata kwa ajili ya kufanya vikubwa. Sapoti ya serikali kwetu ni kubwa, kwa sababu Wizara ya Kilimo kupitia programu ya BPT ilitutangaza vizuri sana Raha Farm, lakini kupitia mfuko wa pembejeo yani AGITIF waliweza kutupatia fedha ambazo zilitukuza, zikatubusti, tukaongeza ajira kutoka 15 mpaka kufika 100 na kitu, tukaongeza mashamba kwa ajili ya demo plots, lakini tukaongeza vitalu. Kama hivi unavyoona Raha Farm tunakwenda kufika nchi nzima. Hii tunasema ni mafanikio ambayo tumepata Raha Farm, nyuma yetu ikiwepo serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Sasa bila kuwasahau walezi walezi wangu SACCOT. Hawa ni walezi wangu, ni watu ambao wamekuwa wakinisimamia kwenye kila kitu. Mimi nikisema nimefanikiwa siwezi kuacha kuwataja SACCOT, kwa sababu SACCOT walianza na Raha kile kipindi ambacho hakuna mtu yote ambaye anamjua Raha. Lakini SACCOT wakaanza na mimi kule mpaka hapa tulipofika, na mpaka leo hawajawahi kuniacha. Wamehusika na mimi hasa kwenye masuala ya fedha, pale ambapo ninahitaji fedha, ninahitaji wadau wale muhimu kwenye mnyororo wa thamani, ninahitaji kuingia kwenye ofisi ya serikali kwa ajili ya utatuzi wa jambo fulani. Lakini SACCOT pia wamekuwa na mimi hasa zile nyakati ambazo ninapata changamoto. Kuna wakati unaweza kupata changamoto binafsi au changamoto za kikazi ambazo unakosa mtu mwingine wa kukusaidia. SACCOT wanakuwa hapa nyuma, wamekuwa wakitupushi sana, lakini tu wamekuwa wakituhimiza zaidi kutoa elimu kwa vijana na wakulima ili kuhakikisha wanapata uelewa mkubwa, sio tu wa matumizi ya mbegu bora, lakini kuhakikisha wakulima wanafanya kilimo cha biashara.
Wakulima kutoka maeneo mbalimbali nchini wamefika kwenye maonyesho ya 88 chini ya usimamizi wa taasisi ya SACCOT, na hapo unaweza kuwaona wanatoka maeneo mbalimbali nchini, wanaonyesha bidhaa zao ambazo wanazalisha, na kwa kweli wengi wanazalisha hizi bidhaa kwa mara ya kwanza, hususan zao kama la viazi. Sasa hapa naomba ni mmoja wapo ambaye anasimamia swala la viazi atuambie yeye ni nani na anatoka wapi na anafanya nini. Hebu tuambie mama.
Mimi natoka Njombe.
Unalima zao gani?
Nalima zao la viazi.
Hebu tuambie kuhusu zao la viazi. Ulianza mwaka gani na hasa sasa unaona matokeo yakoje?
Nilianza mwaka 2019.
Matokeo yakoje sasa?
Matokeo yapo chanya.
Unalima viazi aina gani?
Sagita.
Sagita?
Ndio.
Na ndio hivi hapa?
Ndio.
Umelima eka ngapi wewe?
Nililima eka 2.
Eka 2?
Ndio.
Mapato yalikuwaje?
Nilipata tani 42 kwa eka 2. Kila eka moja tani 22.
Tani 22.
Ndio.
Na kipato ulipata kiasi gani, shilingi ngapi ulipouza yote?
Nilipata milioni 200.
Shikamoo mama. Jamani, mnaona, mnasikia vijana?
Kabisa.
Umeiona hiyo? Na wewe unalima nini?
Mimi ninalima zao la soya.
Zao la soya?
Ndio.
Zao la soya ndio zao gani? Hebu tuambie vizuri, maana watu wengi hatulifahamu. Ndio hii
Yeah.
Soya ina Okay, tuambie uko wapi na unalima wapi?
Mimi nipo katika mkoa wa Morogoro, wilaya ya Kilosa.
Ndio.
Kwa hiyo hapo ndo tunafanya shughuli ya kilimo cha soya. Na hasa bado tunafanya majaribio kuhusiana na zao hili la soya.
Na mama yetu hapa?
Mimi naitwa Gertrude Ngailo, natoka mkoa wa Njombe.
Unalima nini?
Nalima soya.
Zao la soya. Hebu tuambie zao la soya uzuri wake ni nini?
Uzuri wa zao la soya ni
chakula.
Ni chakula cha mifugo. Mafuta.
Ndio.
Alafu kulisha mifugo.
Ndio.
Pia ni lishe
kwa binadamu. Na wewe kijana mwingine hapa, niambie, wewe unalima zao gani?
Nalima vitunguu.
Unalima vitunguu?
Ndio.
Naviona vitunguu vizuri kabisa hapa. Hebu niambie, unalima eka ngapi bwana?
Mimi nalima eka 2.
Unatokea wapi?
Natokea Iringa, Ruambuyuni.
Ruambuyuni, pale maarufu sana kwa kilimo. Hebu niambie kuhusu wewe na vijana wenzako.
Mimi pamoja na vijana wenzangu wa kikundi cha Viwavi vijana uza vitunguu.
Ndio.
Tunajishughulisha kulima vitunguu kwa kikundi na kwa kila mmoja mmoja.
Hebu vishike vitunguu vyako nionyeshe vizuri kabisa. Hivi vitunguu ni aina gani?
Red Bombay.
Red Bombay.
Ndio.
Umelima eka ngapi?
Mimi nimelima eka 1. Eka 2.
Umevuna kiasi gani?
Gunia 130.
Ukauza ukapata shilingi ngapi?
Niliuza 110 kila gunia.
Kila gunia. Kwa hiyo jumla ikawa ngapi hapo?
Kwenye 130, kwa hiyo 110. Kwa hiyo hapo tutapiga hesabu nadhani kama itakuwa shilingi ngapi.
Zaidi ya milioni 10. Jamani, mimi nawapongeza sana. Hebu wote tupige makofi hapa. Yaani kilimo kinafurahisha si ndio jamani?
Kabisa.
Na habari yoyote mpya mnataka kuambia wajumbe wengine hapa? Nani ana habari zaidi? Ujumbe mwingine
zaidi ni kuhusiana na pembejeo ambayo inatumika kwenye uzalishaji wa soya. Hii inaitwa chanjo.
Ndio.
Chanjo hii wengine wanaita mbolea ya asili. Na inasaidia kwenye kukuza mimea ile kuwa na afya nzuri na kupata yield kubwa zaidi kwenye eneo ambalo umelima soya.
Ndio.
Kwa hiyo hii ni bidhaa ambayo ni mpya kwa wakulima wengi, na tumeona kwamba tuwaletee hii taarifa ili waanze kutumia pembejeo hii mpya na iweze kuwaletea matokeo mazuri zaidi kwenye uzalishaji wa zao la soya.
Sawa, na wewe habari nyingine ya ziada?
Mimi pia nawashauri wakulima wenzangu tulime zao la soya, kwa sababu zao la soya
tunafanyaje kilimo cha sasa kiweze kuendana na kukabiliana na athari za mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, matumizi banifu ya maji. Comeback unakuja, yani throughout zao, tangu mtu amefikiria kulilima, amelea shamba, amekuja amevuna, anakwenda kwenye storage and shelf life, sio mazao yanaozea nje ya geti ya shamba, market issues za kusupport wakulima, namna gani ya kufanya vitu kama hivyo. And I'm happy today we have a colleague from Southport. I'm told now it's going to be expanded to be not south again, but agricultural development corridors, right, AGCOT. Wenzetu wa Southport wana kitu kinaitwa green print inahusika na mambo matatu, which I think they are well being emulated as vitu ambavyo ni vizuri. Wanaangalia business sustainability. Tunapozungumzia kilimo kinatakiwa kitransform, kisiwe kilimo cha hand to mouth and then it's done, tusubiri msimu ujao. Kumkomboa mkulima aweze kuwa na kukibiasharisha kilimo chake. Lakini sasa biashara inatakiwa iwe endelevu, sustainable business practices. That's one. Two, wenzetu wa Southport katika green print yao wanafanya kitu kimoja kinaitwa inclusivity, ushirikishwaji. They have taken the best of the investors, they have persuaded by their good practice that many of the investors have joined the Southport initiative and were member. Sasa as these gurus in agricultural production grow, wanataka wakue na wakulima ambao wanaozunguka. Ndio maana kuna mfumo ule wa mentorship, wengine wana self come out growers, wengine wanapewa trainings, wengine wanasaidiwa in terms of market, ili kile wanachokizalisha kisiozee shamba. Kwa hiyo people are assured of market and then they grow together as a community. Ndio maana you can barely find kuna kelele kati ya wanakijiji na wawekezaji ambao ni wabia wa Southport, kwa sababu wanakijiji wanaona uzuri wa engagement na hawa ambao ni wazalishaji wakubwa. So inclusivity, ushirikishwaji. The last but not least, I think it's the one which has made us stay here today, ni masuala ya environmental sustainability. Wazalishaji wanaozalisha katika ukanda ule wanazalisha kwa approach zipi? Wanadili vipi na kuhakikisha wanachokizalisha kinakuja mezani lakini hakijaleta kidonda kwenye mazingira? So these are things that we need also to borrow and emulate and make sure that mnyororo mzima wa thamani katika uzalishaji wa kilimo unakuwa una uzalishaji endelevu. Na hivyo tutaweza kulisaidia taifa letu katika kukua kiuchumi bila kuleta athari kwa mazingira, na kutogeuza hayo maeneo ambayo leo hii yanatulisha. 100 years to come we are not out of this soil. Our grandchildren watakuwa tunasema tulikuwa tunasikia Ihefu hapa alikuwa analima mpunga miaka ile. Tulikuwa tunasikia hapa Kilombero, Ifakara, Malinyi kwa kuna limo mchele. Enzi hizo tuna import mchele kutoka somewhere else. Why? Because we who are living today tumedili na kutaka kuzalisha tu, kupata pesa tu in a linear economy which we don't take care of the environment back then. Nafahamu kwamba changamoto za kulinda mazingira zinahitaji a lot of resources, a lot of trainings, a lot of capacity building, a lot of transformation in terms of fikra. Lakini kwa kuunganisha watu wanaozalisha katika shughuli za kilimo waweze kuwa na mbinu bora za uzalishaji wa kilimo.
Shamba zuri la maembe mkuranga na linapendeza. Kwa mbali linaonekana namna hii, na ndani nitawaonyesha jinsi ambavyo linavyoweza kuzaa kama likisimamiwa vizuri. Hili ni mojawapo ya mashamba ya mfano ambayo vijana wanaweza kuja kujifunza na wakulima wengine namna ya kuzalisha maembe bora kabisa hapa nchini.
Hii ni embe aina ya Kate, ni moja ya maembe mashuhuri sana duniani na kwa sasa hivi ndio linaaminika kwamba linashika soko namba 1 na ni embe ambalo lina uzazi mkubwa na linachelewa kukomaa, ni late mature. Na kama unavyoona uzazi wake unakuwa wa wingi na lina rangi ya kupendeza. Na nikipata upandaji mzuri kama space ambayo inaonekana ya mita 4 kwa mita 8, ni kwamba tunakuwa na miembe mingi ambayo inazaa kwa wingi zaidi. Na kwa sasa hivi wastani katika dunia embe hili unaweza ukazalisha mpaka tani 70 plus kwa hekta. Kwa hiyo kwa Tanzania linastawi vizuri na ni moja katika maembe ambayo tunatazamia kwamba tunaweza kufanya biashara katika nchi mbalimbali ambazo zinapenda kununua maembe. Hili ni embe ambalo linaitwa Choknan, ni embe ambalo linapatikana sana kule nchini Malaysia na tumelileta hapa kwa ajili ya majaribio juu ya upandaji wake na uzaaji wake. Na linastawi vizuri hapa Tanzania na ni embe lenye rangi nzuri na umbo zuri pia. Hapa bado ni size ndogo lakini linakuwa na size kubwa zaidi ya hii, lakini shape yake unaona imekaa kama korosho, ni shape ambayo inavutia kwa mlaji na kwenye soko. Choknan ni moja ya embe ambayo tumeichunguza hapa kila mwaka, haisumbui kuzaa. Inazaa kwa wingi, pamoja kwamba kuna mengine yamevunwa, lakini uzaaji wake ni mzuri na ladha yake ni nzuri na rangi yake ni nzuri pia. Hili ni embe aina ya Sindri, ni embe ambalo pia kwa sasa hivi linapatikana hapa shamba la Koga, limepandwa kwa ajili ya majaribio. Na embe hili asili yake ni Pakistani, ni embe number 1 kule Pakistani katika masoko ambao wanayatumia kuuza, masoko ya Ulaya na Middle East. Ni embe tamu zuri na linapoiva linakuwa ni yellow color. Ni moja ya maembe ambayo yanasifika duniani kwa ubora. Na hapa tumelipanda kwa majaribio na litafanya vizuri sana. Na hiyo ni fursa kwa Tanzania kuweza kupanda maembe ambayo yanatambulika na kujulikana duniani, ambayo pia tunaweza tukayatumia kwenye masoko mbalimbali.
Katika kilimo cha kisasa unahitaji vipando bora. Kilimo cha maembe halikadhalika kinahitaji vipando bora. Hapa ni kitalu cha vipando bora ambavyo vinazalishwa na Bwana Mkopi katika shamba lake lililopo hapa Mkuranga. Anatuingiza hapa ndani na nitaomba tupe maelezo zaidi. Karibu bwana Mkopi, tueleze.
Hiki kitalu cha maembe hapa ndipo tunakuwa kwa uzalishaji wa miti ya maembe. Hapa kama unavyoona iko katika hatua ya kwanza ya ukuaji, na hii ni hatua ya pili, na hatua ya tatu inakuja kwa ya kuunga miembe ambayo tunaitazama. Kwa sasa hivi tuko kwenye kufanya selection ya kuchambua ile ambayo mipya ambayo haijaota, tunaiweka mbali, tunapanda upya na kugrade by size ili ikae kwenye umri unaolingana. Tunatarajia mpaka kufika mwezi Machi tutakuwa tayari tumefanya grafting na tumekuwa na miche ambayo tayari inakwenda shambani.
ambayo ni kuonyesha mwanzoni tunaita Koga, kutokana na eneo ambalo kwamba embe linalimwa. Sasa embe hili rangi yake kama unavyoona ni rangi ya kupendeza, na likishughulikiwa vizuri inaweza kuwa more beautiful kutokana na kutia virutubisho ambavyo vinahitajika. Hili embe ni tamu sana, na ukiangalia sura yake likikatwa linakuwa linaonekana ndani manjano, alafu lina nyama nyingi na kokwa nyembamba. Na hii ndio character ya embe ambalo kwamba linatakiwa kusafirishwa nje. Maana watu wakisafirisha embe hawataki kusafirisha kokwa, wanataka kusafirisha flesh ya ile embe lenyewe. Na ukiliangalia rangi yake ni nzuri sana na lina fit criteria zote za embe linavyotakiwa, na ladha yake ni tamu mno. Nadhani wewe mwenyewe ukionja utajua. Alafu kokwa yake unavyoiona nyembamba sana. Hii ina maana kwamba kuna maembe mengine yana kokwa kubwa sana, kwamba ile ratio ya nyama na ratio ya kokwa ni kwamba hailipi mtu kusafirisha embe ikiwa na kokwa kubwa sana. Na maembe yote utaona yana Kate kokwa yake ni ndogo sana na inafanya, lakini ladha yake is more outstanding. Haina nyuzi.
Kwa majina naitwa Ibrahim Bakari Mgoe, natoka mkoa wa Iringa, kijiji cha Ruambuyuni. Na familia na watoto wawili na mke mmoja. Ni mkulima wa vitunguu pamoja na nyanya na mazao mengine ya mboga mboga, maharage, mahindi na kadhalika. Kilimo cha mwanzo kilikuwa kama cha mazoea. Kwa tunapanda tunalima kwa mazoea, lakini sasa hivi tunalima kitaalamu. Kwanza tunapima udongo. Kupima udongo, unajua ili zao linataka, ukishapima udongo zao wakishapima udongo anakuelekeza zao linataka nini. Kwa wataalamu wanakuambia kwamba ili zao pana weka mbolea gani na mbolea gani. Safari yangu ni nzuri mpaka sasa hivi na ninalima kitaalamu, napata mazao mazuri. Ninalima kwa wakati, inanisaidia kiukweli. Mabadiliko nilifanya hivyo kwa sababu mwanzo nilikuwa nalima kilimo cha mazoea, sio cha kitaalamu. Nilikuwa napata mazao machache, yani madogo. Mfano wastani heka ya kitunguu ukilima kitaalamu unapata mpaka gunia 70 au 75, lakini ukilima kwa mazoea unakuja kushuka mpaka 40 au 35, kwa sababu unalima kwa mazoea, hujui zao linataka nini kwa muda huo. Elimu nimetoa kwenye makongamano mbalimbali, wataalamu, na hizi safari za kutembea kama kujifunza mashirika mbalimbali. Kwa kama Sagot ilienda Morogoro nikajifunza. Kikundi chetu kinaitwa Viwavi, vijana wauza vitunguu. Safari yetu kikundi kilianzishwa 2022 2020. Kikundi kilianzishwa na kulipewa ushauri, maana sisi ni vijana ambao tunajishughulisha kuuza vitunguu barabarani, lakini tulikuwa tuna mwamko wa kikundi lakini tulikuwa tunalima mmoja mmoja, yani kila mwanachama mmoja mmoja. Lakini alikuja mzee mmoja anaitwa Mzee Kilenga, akatushauri akasema, nyinyi kama vijana mnaweza mkatengeneza kikundi mkawa pamoja, mkawa mnalima pamoja na kujiwekeza fedha hata kwa siku au kwa wiki. Alitueleza akatupa kama 10,000 mchango wa nauli ya kwenda mkoa wilayani kwa ajili ya kufungua akaunti, kujiandikisha na kufungua akaunti. Kweli tulifanya hivyo, wanachama tukachangishana 5,500 kwa ajili ya nauli, maongezeko mengine. Tumefungua akaunti, tukaanza kujiwekezea hela zetu mpaka kufikia hivi sasa. Kikundi chetu tunalima mpaka kufikia hivi sasa tuna kama milioni 37,362,400. Mafanikio makubwa sana. Kwanza kama mmoja mmoja analima tunalima kama kikundi, mafanikio makubwa sana. Kwa mfano kama mwaka jana tulilima nyanya ambazo tulipanda mwaka jana mwezi wa 10, tumevuna mpaka mwaka huu mwezi wa 4. Ni kweli tuliingiza fedha ndogo na tumepata fedha nyingi. Tuliingiza milioni 4 na laki zake, kwa hiyo tumepata milioni 11 na laki 7. Kwa hiyo ukiangalia hapo kuna faida kama ya milioni 8 hivi au milioni 7, na tofauti ipo kubwa. Tofauti kama kikundi kuna ushirikiano. Kwa sababu kuna kazi zingine tunafanya kama kikundi ambazo kama maana tukiweka mtaji mezani, mtaji huu tukaona kama ni mdogo, tunaingia kama kikundi kufanya lile zoezi. Inasaidia kama kikundi. Mtu binafsi unaweza kukuta imekuelemea ile kazi peke yako, majani yakaharibu zao, au ukashindwa kufanya kitu kwa sababu uko peke yako. Kikundi kinasaidia sana kuliko mtu binafsi, lakini ukiwa na mtaji, mtu binafsi unaweza kufanya kitu kikubwa. Kikundi mwaka jana tumelima eka 1 kama kikundi, lakini mwaka huu tumeplani kulima block farmer kuanzia eka 3 au 4, Mungu akitujalia. Kilimo ambacho tunatarajia kuanza mwezi wa 9, maandalizi tukapanda mwezi wa 10 kulingana na hali ya hewa ya kwetu na kipindi kizuri kwa bei ya mavuno wakati huo. Kwa hiyo tutalima block farmer kama kikundi.
Hello, I am Naomi Mwasambili. I'm the CEO of Livy Africa. Livy Africa is a company based in Mbeya, and we work on value-added agriculture with a specific focus on the cocoa value chain. So we're here at Nani Nani Dodoma 2024, and we're here within the Sagot stand to start to promote the value addition that can take place here within Tanzania. So we're very, very happy to be working with Sagot to look at how we can create a brand that can be exported not just locally but also to a range of different countries. So as you can see, this is Mababu chocolate. Mababu chocolate is a chocolate brand that we created here in Tanzania using organic Kiala cocoa. We called it Mababu because Mababu is actually a village based in Kiala, and we wanted to be able to show the full traceability from tree to bar of the chocolate that was produced here. And not only that we can produce beans that are fine and brilliant quality in Kiala, Morogoro and Tanga, but also we can start to do other products as well. So we can make the chocolate, we can make the powders, we can make the butter, and we can export them at a high quality level. So one of the things that we're really happy about in being in Dodoma here is to, I suppose, expose the work that we're doing and also the value addition from Mbeya. And we hope in the future that this won't be something that is unique. This actually will be the standard. And what we're seeing is value-added Tanzanian agricultural products, not only at showcases like this at Nani Nani, but also across the world. And they're seen and they're known to be high quality and also good tasting as well. So we're very thankful to be part of the team here today.
Sisi tunauza matunda kama unavyoona dendo, tunauza mapapai, tunauza ndizi, tunauza nyanya, matango, maembe kama unavyoona. Lakini maembe yenyewe tunayouza haya ni maembe ya kisasa. Maembe ya kisasa na matatizo moja, unaweza ukanunua maembe kama 100, lakini sasa matokeo yake katika maembe 100 hayo unaweza ukauza ukakuta maembe 70, 50 yameoza. Naona sasa ni changamoto kubwa sana ambayo tunaipata. Kwa tunahitaji ngao hata wataalamu wa hizi mbezi ndio wajitahidi kutuletea somo kubwa sana ili tusiondokane na hii changamoto ya maembe kuoza. Naona yaani maembe yanakuaje hasa unaponunua kwa mkulima na unataka ushauriano unatoa. Unapoenda kununua kwa mkulima anakuambia maembe yangu ni mazuri sana, hana tatizo lolote. Lakini matokeo yake haya maembe haya unayaleta gengeni, changamoto unayokutana nayo ni kama hivyo, unakuta maembe yenyewe unakuta yanaoza. Unaona wangu, hebu leta hilo tulione ambalo limeanza kuoza. Inakuwaje hali yenyewe inakuwa? Naona hali yenyewe inavyokuwa. Unakuta embe ikishaweka alama ya kuoza kama hii nyeusi, nakuta mteja akija kiligeuza naona kabisa kwamba hili embe sio. Wewe unakuta kwamba hata hela yenyewe ambayo umenunulia hata kuitoa uitoi. Kwa hiyo katika maembe 100 mangapi yanauza? Hata unakuta maembe 50, 70 yameoza, unaambulia kidogo. Okay. Embe unauza bei gani sasa hivi? Embe kuna shilingi 1000, kuna mingine 500. Okay. Sasa umetoa wito gani? Inahitajika somo kubwa kidogo ngao kwa wakulima wapate somo kubwa ngao wao na wataalamu wapate kufanyaje kuwapa somo kubwa kama ngao kwenye upande wa utaalamu wa haya maembe.
Baada ya kutoka gengeni, huu ni mfano wa maembe ambayo nimeyaleta yako nyumbani, na sasa hivi najiandaa kuyaandaa kwa ajili ya kutumika kama tunda nyumbani. Hili ni embe ambalo nimelimenya, na unaweza ukaanza kuona namna ambavyo kunakuwa na muonekano kwa ndani. Hapa ni dhahiri kwamba hili embe limeanza kuharibika, na hii ni aina ya uharibifu unaoletwa na funza wa nzi wa maembe. Sasa nitaendelea kulikata hili embe kusudi tuweze kuona kwa pamoja namna ambavyo uharibifu huu unapokuwa. Hapa ninaendelea kulimenya kusudi muweze kuona uharibifu ambavyo unatokea. Naendelea kulikata kusudi uharibifu uweze kuonekana, na kata ndani zaidi. Naona huu ndio uharibifu, na unaweza kuona njia ambazo wale funza wamepita, na baadhi ya funza wanaanza kuonekana kama huyu hapa. Huyu ni funza anajichimbia ndani, unaona anatoroka. Huyu ni funza mwingine, wanakimbia kwa sababu huyu ni funza mwingine. Huyu hapa unamuona, hawa hapa wanajificha. Kwa hiyo hawa ni funza ambao wako kwenye maembe. Funza hawa sio sumu, hata kama ukiwala kwa bahati mbaya hawana madhara yoyote, lakini wana madhara makubwa kwenye matunda yetu. Taendelea kukata kusudi muweze kuona uharibifu unaotokea. Naona hili ni embe ambalo linaendelea kuharibika. Kwa kweli hii ni hasara kubwa, na umesikia jana muuza genge Bwana Moses alituambia kwamba maembe yake anayonunua karibu 50 mpaka 60 yanaharibika. Naweza mkaona jinsi ambavyo uharibifu huu unavyokuwa. Kwa hiyo ndani hili embe lote limeharibika kwa kiasi hiki. Kwa hiyo hili embe mimi nimelinunua shilingi 1000. Ina maana kwamba mimi na familia yangu hatutaweza kulila, na hakuna namna ambavyo tungeweza kutambua kwamba hili embe limeharibika au
Okay, welcome. So I think we're going to start with all of you answering the same question. So hopefully we'll get some different perspectives on the same topic. The question is, how well does the NDC and climate change policies link with priorities in the agriculture sector, and how to combine climate adaptation measures with the mandate of increasing productivity in the agriculture sector? So perhaps Dr. Atu or Bilaro, would you like to start? Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning once again. The issue is how to ensure productivity in the midst of climate change challenge. So from our perspective, is that plant the crops can adapt to changes. For example, heat stress is coming. It has been emerging. It will use not to be here, but now in some areas you find the temperatures are high, but also the humidity. So heat stress is common, and issues like salinity. So we have to have crops that can adapt to these changes, because variety development is a long process. So if we have from initial steps that we develop the crop that can adapt to these conditions, which means we have to look at the mechanism to have groups that can adapt to these issues. But also, issues like we need to maintain the soil health. That's very, very important because degradation, when the soil is not healthy, means people need to cut more trees to expand the area. And this is a challenge because when you expand the area, it means you are encroaching to area that should be a source of green trees that are very important. But also we need to look at how we do with the small but efficient farms, smart and efficient farms, which means you need to produce more with a within a small areas. For example, when you talk of rice, we are talking, for example, the system of rice intensification. In itself, we are looking at issues like how do you reduce the amount of water that you produce higher, which means you go for very small amount of seed, which means people should be able to afford if you are using a small amount of seed, but also small amount of water. It means the water is reserved for other economic activities which are needed, because water is not for only agriculture. It's needed for domestic. It's needed for other sectors also. The other thing is also we need to understand the farms and the farmers, because the farmers are diverse, but also the farms are very diverse. Some are within the productive environment, but some are in areas like Dodoma. Yeah. So we needed to understand what, if you understand the characters of the farmers, the character of the farms, it means you should be able to design methodologies that can help to address issues specific. That's why we are looking, for example, in fertilizer, looking at site-specific nutrient management, but also look at what is the market for a particular crop. And sometimes also farmers, they don't own the land, so it's a rental farm. The level of management will be different because somebody wants to produce and he has no issues with the conserving the land, because for him it's the rental period that is very important to him. So all these things, if we need to build the capacity to understand the actions that they are doing have an impact on the future of that particular farm, then it will be very, very important. So those are the things that we think if we address those, we can improve productivity and also be able to sustain the changing climate conditions.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Perhaps you could pass the mic to the lady next to you. So that was a very interesting perspective from more of what the research tells us. But Norgesvel is more of an NGO working in Tanzania. How do you see these questions?
Yes, as I was introduced earlier, I'm Cecilia Jeremia. I work with Norgesvel Tanzania, and we are focusing more on working at the lower level, means working more with smallholder farmers. Sorry for my voice. I hope you will be able to hear me clearly. And I don't want to repeat the importance of agriculture as the Dr. Juma highlighted its importance. We know its importance in the country, but we know we have a problem of productivity. If I take an example of rice, we are producing less than 2 metric tons per hectare in the country, but the optimal is more than 4.5 metric tons per hectare. So in order to be able to be adapting climate change, we have to increase the productivity. So we don't have to escape from that, otherwise we will not manage that. And how can we then achieve that? We have to adapt climate smart agriculture. And in rice, when we're talking about the climate smart agriculture, we're talking more of the management of water, effective management of water, because we know rice is one of the crops that consume a substantial amount of water. So we are also supporting farmers in ensuring that they are managing that, and through the alternate wetting and drying methodology, of which it really also needs some investment, especially for leveling farmers' field, which we know our farmers are owning a small amount of land, an average of 1.5 acre, of which leveling is expensive to them, but also if you want to do it better, they have to be at least owning the bigger area for the reduction of cost. But unfortunately, that is the size of the farmers that our farmers are owning. The other aspect my colleague also has mentioned is the soil management. We are also partnering currently with the government initiative at the local level for testing the soil of the farmers, and they have provided some feedback from the farmers' land, and they have recommended the treatment. And without having this is a really challenge, and we are calling really for the government to ensure that all the farmers in the country have access to this, and we are happy working closely with the government to ensure that all the farmers' field are tested so that the soil can be well treated. But also the use of the climate seed, climate resilience seed, my colleague has mentioned, but also in rice, I'm calling for more maybe research from the research institutions. We have focused more on the climate resilience seed, which means focus on drought resilience. We have forgotten we have another side of the climate effect, which is flood. And we have really struggled for the past 2 years in Mlimba or Kilombero area, where we are sensitizing farmers to grow drought resilience seed, but they end up getting a lot of water because their land is more on the lowland, and they experience challenges, and they come to us like we don't have answers to them. But we went back to the research institutes to talk about the crops that flood resilience, maybe if possible. But we negotiated with them, and they supplied purified traditional seeds that are a bit taller, because most of the drought resiliency, including Saro or Tarif 3 or Tarif 2, they are a bit shorter. So during the floods, they cannot resist. But apart from that, we are working, or it is important also to focus on the climate information services. Because of the climate change pattern, local knowledge is not working anymore to farmers. They had their calendars that they believed. Last week, I came from Malini. There is no drop of water, maybe yesterday, but there is no rain in Malini yet. But farmers are optimistic. They are saying it may come in end of February or March, but I wish them to be also having access to scientific weather information, not only relying to their local knowledge, which may not be true other times. The other thing we have to support or to do to ensure productivity and also adaptation, and sometimes the resiliency is the access to climate finance. This is an area where really we have to work so hard, because when we are sensitizing farmers to do climate smart agriculture, it means there are some added costs in between. They have to purchase improved seed, they have to plant by space, they have to sometimes purchase insurance. So if they will not be able to increase productivity, at least to be resilience. So access to finance is very key for farmers to be able to be increase productivity, but also resilience to show. Maybe I can end there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's bring the next speaker up. Jeffrey, Sankot, you're trying to sort of bring a lot of these things together in the Southern Agricultural Growth Corridor of Tanzania. So how do you see this challenge?
Oh, thank you. My name's Geoffrey Kirenga, and
SACCOT is a partnership organization where we work with the government, the private sector, and also various non-government organizations. Many of them are actually here in the room. This question is very, very pertinent. And what I would like to start with is by saying increasing production and also taking care of the environment is not mutually exclusive. We have to find a way that the two have to go together. Given the scale of the challenge which is at hand, no one is going to be able to achieve all what the technology in production, in post-harvest, all the way to the market, and also making the consumer aware on the issues of sustainability alone. We have to work as partners. And I would like to take one example here, because I don't want to repeat the technology things which my colleagues here have done very well. One innovation which we have created within SACCOT is to go towards the knowledge partners on issues of sustainable production, environmental management, and also inclusive development, to taking care of the, especially smallholders. We have created the Green Reference Group, whereby all the NGOs, the private sector, and non-government organizations working in the agricultural sector will sit together and distill what the law is saying, what are the best practices, and then develop kind of a measurement tool to see the level of compliance, which we call inclusive green growth, green growth tool. That tool enables us to train, build the capacity of our partners in terms of productivity, in terms of compliance to environmental sustainability, but also enable our partners to work with smallholder in order to increase productivity. Then we go to measure the compliance after 1, 2, 3 years. Then we are able to follow and see the progress. This has worked very well, especially with the private sector, because becoming a sustainable producer, it enables you to become more competitive. But also it reduces the penalties which are normally exposed to many of the producers. Therefore, I just wanted to share that. One thing which is still missing and we have to work on is the issue of consumer awareness. An African consumer used to be a small number, but now we know by 2050, there will be about 2 billion people in the world. They need to be made aware on what is their footprint on the environment, on the how they consume. This is the area where we'll have to work on that. And then issues of partnership between the government and non-governmental organizations, especially the private sector, is very key in order to ensure compliance. And again, issues of climate smart agriculture, efficient use of water, technologies which are sustainable, especially climate smart seeds, and also things like minimum tillage are becoming very, very important in order to increase productivity and ensure that the crop is in the quality which is required in the market. So my message here is let's work together. It's a big task that if we're not collaborating, no one will be able to deliver that alone.
Thank you very much. Anthony, IUCN, you're kind of on the stage for talking for nature in this regard. How do you see these questions?
Thank you so much. Yeah, so my name's Anthony and I work with IUCN. IUCN is a union. It means it has got members, both state members. We have non-government organizations, but also a union is formed with another layer, which is the secretariat itself. And we at the secretariat, now we are, for example, the country offices, the regional office, which we do implement actions on the ground. So programs, convening, and other initiatives that would contribute to a just world that protects and conserves nature. So when I look at the climate policies in Tanzania, as well as objectives to increase production in the agricultural sector, there is quite an alignment when it comes to priorities. Both policies, they do prioritize improving livelihood. They both prioritize supporting especially smallholder farmers to become more resilient to the climate change. They also support access to, for example, markets. This is what is stipulated in a number of policies as well as strategies. So when it comes to now the actual landscape, we really see that there is need and also opportunity for like further supporting, incentivizing adoption of sustainable practices when it comes to meeting those goals which I just mentioned, increasing production, access to water, and so on. So how do we put in place the right incentives? This has been a huge challenge on the ground, working with other partners in the landscapes, promoting and supporting acceleration of sustainable agriculture. But there has been a challenge, and this is actually something that we have been talking to researchers like from the Sokoine University. They have done also quite a number of research in the areas where we are working. And one of the areas which we really see there is a gap is on the adoption of these practices. How do we support adoption of all these good practices in the light of climate change? My colleague has mentioned about access to finance. That could be one of the ways. But do we have other options? Do we have tailor-made products and services that are readily accessible to the farmers that they can use? We have been working to promote nature-based solutions. We understand that nature-based solutions can actually contribute up to 30 to 50% of the climate adaptation needs. But how do we nurture those solutions that they are being implemented? So there is quite huge opportunities. We have been working with partners, for example, AWF and other landscape partners to really pinpoint and work with other stakeholders to outline and prioritize what could be nature-based solutions that can help farmers and other actors from the landscape to really be able to adapt to the challenges that come with climate change. I've been to Kilolo just like 2 weeks ago, and there I think the situation is same as what my colleague has noted in Mlimba. So in Kilolo, normally when it comes to end of the year, that is December, it's already raining and farmers can actually plant. But this time they had planted and there was no rain. So there is a clear indication that there is huge change when it comes to the cropping calendars that farmers have been used to in the past. But how do we really now ensure that the information that we have on the science side, which is actually very advanced, how do we bring it down to the farmers? So we have been trying to propel and also support the identification, as I said, of the NBS approaches in the landscape with the various farmers in different commodities, as well as those communities working around water resources protection, just to be able to understand what are these solutions and how do we, as actors on the ground in the landscapes, work together and share and leverage the resources that we have and knowledge towards supporting implementation of nature-based solutions. So this is just an entry point, and we feel that despite the fact that we do have solutions that are known, but again, how do we work now with the broader partners, especially the government, so that we can make NBS more visible, understandable, and perhaps also feature at the local level. So that's also another area which, of course, we can keep the conversation on. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I think that was a good ball to your colleague next to you, Samuel from VPO. You're the government agency responsible for the NDC. So how do you the government take all these inputs that you've had so far?
Thank you very much. As you have introduced my name is Samuel Sudi. I work for NDC Partnership, and I'm hosted at the Vice President Office. I have the responsibility to coordinate issues related to NDC. Yeah, so other panelists have mentioned a number of issues to promote agriculture productivity in the era of climate change. I would like to insist on one and probably add two. I would like to insist on the climate information services. As the climate is changing, it becomes difficult for farmers to know when it will rain, how it will rain, what to plant and when to plant. As other colleagues said, the calendars have changed. So for me, I think it's not only the use of climate information services, but the timely use of climate information. The information can be there, but is it timely? Can this information support farmers to know when to plant and how to plant? So timely is very, very, very important. Also, adoption of technologies, the climate smart agriculture, water technologies, and so on, will require financial incentives. So I think it is very important to support farmers to get financial support in order to be able to adopt these technologies and address climate change, but also increase productivity. Another issue is on policy support. This is also very key in mainstreaming climate change in plans and strategies of the government to ensure, and not only in the agriculture sector, but also in other sectors like water, because water is cross-cutting and contributes also to agriculture productivity. So mainstreaming of climate change into plans and strategies will ensure allocation of resources and hence might boost agriculture productivities. There is also an issue of diversification of income for farmers. This will also help them to have an additional income, not only relying on agriculture production, because most of our farmers in Tanzania depend on rain-fed. So diversifying incomes will help farmers to have an additional income and build their adaptive capacity. Maybe let me end here. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned technology. I'd like to follow up with a question for Dr. Bilaro. Tari, you work on agriculture technologies. How does you facilitate the transfer of these to farmers, and what challenges have you encountered in trying to do that?
Of course, we have partners here. We don't on everything do by ourselves. We have partners, we have people. For example, the extension is one of the people work with, extension people, be private, be government, but also have partners like IUCN, NGOs. So we do transfer these technologies in partnership. Within the structure of TAR, you have the department that's called the Technology Transfer and Partnership. Yeah, that's worked on. This is how where we focus more on actually understanding the issues that the farmers bring them to research. We do it participatory actually. So mostly that's our focus. But apart from that, we have these we call these the technology dissemination hubs. Because TARI has centers of almost countrywide in almost all the regions. So we have also these small technology dissemination hubs where farmers and other partners can come and learn, but also under special events. For example, during Nane Nane, this is the farmers week, we do participate fully to disseminate our technologies. Well, talking to the challenges, because the challenges are there, especially, for example, these days with development of this internet, WhatsApp, there is a lot of ghosty advisory that comes in. So sometimes you have other people, for example, especially selling these agrochemicals, they will advertise the products are working. You cannot be everywhere. They can form these WhatsApp groups, and these are distorting the information. So most of the times, what we are coming to do is to do post-mortem. What caused the problem? Because somebody will get an advice, go and buy the service, and then it doesn't work, and then the crop is damaged, and it's coming to research to ask, what is the problem? How can you help me? But what we do is just the post-mortem, because either you use the wrong package. So this is one of the challenge. But the second one that we see that, for example, we are talking of improving productivity, maybe the use of machinery to reduce labor, the cost of production. But the challenge we see that, for example, the number, for example, of machinery, especially operators, skilled people who are supposed to be operating the machineries, being processing, being farming activities. I think it's almost none. So the quality is compromised, but also there is a high post-harvest losses, because most of, for example, the tractors we have, the servicing is done maybe in the garage, not specialized. These are where you have people who are skilled, who can understand this is not proper. So we developed technology, we developed advisory, but there are the end where also we needed to have in order to make impact, it means also other structures have to be working. So this is one of this is another area we still have the challenge. The other challenge that we see sometimes, think there are farmers who have not taken seriously farming. So you have the farmer who is working in the remote. You have the farm, you are in Dodoma, you have the farm in Katavi or somewhere operating that farm. So who gets the message? Maybe it's the or for example, we are doing maybe the demonstration, the training to the farmers on these technologies. He's maybe the laborer who is working in that particular farm. But next season it might not be the same. So you have sometimes face some of these challenges. We will see that the owner of the farm whom you're supposed to be to receive the message, those are not the people who are doing it consistently. So you get a complaint that I'm not getting the service, maybe the proper service. But you find that, okay, in the farm, maybe on the particular area where we are doing the farming activities, we provide these services, but maybe the people who are operating are not there in the next season. So if we specialize, make sure that we really want to do the farming activities seriously, means we also need to make a serious investment. The people we employ, this should be permanent, just for maybe a certain period of time, so that you should be able to see the benefits. So these are some of the challenges that the farm keep on changing, like the ownership, keep on changing in terms of supervision, which is a challenge.
Okay, thank you. I think that you mentioned learning and solutions that are there, it seems like, and the technologies are available. But Cecilia, you work quite a lot on getting that down to the local level, to the people who need it. And how do you see capacity building as something that's a tool for solving some of the challenges that was just mentioned?
Yes, capacity building is very crucial to the not just well as intervention, because we are mostly working with smallholder farmers who we are all expecting from the intervention that we are proposing here, them to be able to adapt and increase productivity. So from our angle, we are not focusing only on the training, which has been sometimes challenging to many interventions, that we focus only on the in-class training or sometimes only in the farm training. But the capacity building for us, we understand it goes further than that, including supporting them on access to productive assets that they can support them to increase productivity. Mentioning the access to seed, as I mentioned, the access to the input, the access to finance, access to market, all these make more of them increase their capacity in farming. But we're not only ending there, but also we provide different bundle of the trainings, like training on gender, because we also believe the gender relation and the power relation in the households has an impact in contribution to the level of everything in the farm and the distribution of the output. But also we train them on financial management. Farmers produce, sometimes they misuse what they produce. So also we provide them those kind of the training and including the marketing aspect also. So for us, capacity building, it include other things more than the training on the climate smart agriculture. There are a lot of the challenges in achieving this, and one of the challenges I can mention is the generalization of the knowledge sometimes going to the farmers. It took me sometimes in the rice value chain to come to realize why, regardless of all these trainings, especially on the system of the rice intensification that we are training smallholder farmers, yet they don't adapt. But I learned that sometimes we provide this training as the blanket for all, and it has into principles to adapt, and some of them you can't adapt them into your locality. For example, talking about alternate wetting and drying to the farmers who are producing out of the irrigation schemes, it's very difficult to control this. So customizing of this knowledge or capacity building component are very important for farmers to be able to navigate. But also lack of consistency in this capacity. Some of our projects have 2 years, 3 years lifespan. I used to take the example of we Muslims or Christians that goes to church every Sunday and the mosque every Friday, but we are not sure if we will go to heaven or not, because we have not been able to reach there. How about the farmers? We train them 1 year and expect them they can change their practices. So we need to have coaching. We need to stay with these farmers for sometimes for being to change, and for not just well really we we believe on long-term transformation of smallholder farmers. You can't change smallholder farmers by 1 year or 2 years. So we need to have long-term intervention. But also, these farmers, they lack the financial support. As I said, adoption becomes a challenge. So one of the bottlenecks is low adoption of the knowledge, and this should be supported by the access to finance. The capacity of the trainers also is another challenge that we are seeing in the ground. We mostly also work with the government extensions, and they may lack the updated technology. For example, currently we are demonstrating one of the new technology on nursery for rice, which is called the Mati nursery, of which is a new technology, and it has proved working very well in other places. We are working very closely with ITARI. So we wish this technology can go quickly to even the extension officers so that we can be able to strengthen the capacity building at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to bring the word back to Jeffrey from Sagot. You've been there's a lot of experience around the panel on how to try to combine adaptation and agriculture, as you also mentioned. But now you have a lot of experience from Sagot. But now you're becoming Akot. How are you going to bring these experiences to the broader landscapes of Tanzania?
Thank you. It's a good question, very timely. What I should say here is we've been requested by our partners, mostly from the other parts of the country beyond the Sakot corridor, that the work and the transformation that has taken place in the Sakot corridor, it is now time to go to the other corridors, especially the central, the southern Mtwara corridor, and also the northern corridor. That was in the plan right from the beginning during the inception of SACOT. And I'm happy that Norway has been a partner of SACOT right from the beginning up to now. So this is our journey together. We have just completed developing of the new strategy to take us to the new corridors. And also, as we speak today, we're charting out the way to work with ATO to develop and prioritize areas, because SACOT works with them, just like the way our partners from PORALG mentioned that most of the agriculture is taking place in the local government. Therefore, we will work with ATO to develop new clusters in the new corridors, where the value chains will be defined, the private sectors will be identified, the government partners will be sensitized to work with the private sectors, but also the non-governmental organizations that will work together in the SACOT corridor. We will be inviting them to go and work in these new areas, which will be quite exciting. We have forged a way and we have developed a way that brings together people and also even agree in writing. What are we going to do on the ground? We developed that tool, which is called the Cluster Development Framework, where the government and the private sector, non-government organizations will sit together and develop what are we going to do in a particular cluster. And a cluster can be a region or a number of regions that comes together. And then from there, once we've agreed what we're going to do, we develop a signed agreement on how to prioritize those issues. And some of them are very specific. Value chain and geographically based. Now, good thing is, as we were working in the SACOT corridor, many of our businesses have grown to become national businesses, and they are already in the new plants. So we are not going to start from the scratch. And many of our partners here, like IUCN, TARI, are already working in these new areas to us. So we are going to augment what is already taking place. We are going to take our partners that have been successful in the Southern Highlands and show them business opportunities and also identify new opportunities and challenges that are in these new areas. In the partnership that we are going to develop, I'm quite sure we will repeat what and the successes that we have seen in the corridor. I think that is the reason why actually even the president herself last year during the month of March gave the direct now to operationalize SACOT into the new corridor. So we are all excited, and I take this opportunity to invite you to work with us in those new areas.
Excellent. I think Samuel, the president seemed to be on board. That's very good news. You're working on the revised NDC for Tanzania. How do you see that the NDC goals align with the agriculture sector's needs for effective climate action as has been stipulated by several here?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that the government recognized the importance of agriculture sector in addressing climate change in Tanzania. And by doing so, it has agriculture is one of the strategic priority sectors in addressing climate change. And you can, if you look at all the climate change policy documents in Tanzania, includes agriculture. If you look at NDC, National Climate Change Strategy, and even the upcoming National Adaptation Plan, it will also include agriculture in addressing climate change. Additionally, the Vice President Office has two committees which are very important: the National Climate Change Steering Committee and Technical Committee. These are committees which are responsible for providing technical and policy guidance on addressing climate change, and Minister of Agriculture is a member in these committees. So this is one way or an entry point for the ministry to ensure that its priorities and needs are included when addressing climate change. But thirdly, these policy documents, for instance, NDC and National Climate Change Response Strategies, they have interventions and objectives. For instance, the response strategy has a specific objective to enhance resilience in agriculture sector, to support sustainable livelihoods. And this is highly linked to the Agriculture Master Plan, which was presented in the morning. There are like three flagships. Flagship number one on expanding areas of irrigation, flagship number 3 on improving soil health, and flagship number 15 on enhanced food security through strengthened early warning system. Yeah, so these are some of the issues that I would like to mention, but also how do we now ensure that agriculture is seriously integrated in the NDC 3.0 of Tanzania? The Vice President Office has a role to coordinate sectors. So we are taking the approach of sector-driven, where the sectors themselves will develop these targets and interventions. So our role is to support the NDC 2.0 impact study, which will indicate how far the sectors have implemented the NDC 2.0 and what are the gaps. The report will inform now the sectors on how to formulate the new targets and new interventions. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. And we're looking forward to seeing the results. Anthony, finally, IUCN tries to sort of bring all of this together in the whole of landscape approach, taking into consideration both food and nature and climate. What are the kind of key challenges and successes that you've seen trying to do that? And is there a hope for landscape management as a climate solution in Tanzania?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, so IUCN has been implementing its work through landscape approaches, and we currently operate in a number of landscapes in Tanzania. The main challenges are based on facts that these landscapes comprise of complex and sometimes interrelated or different stakeholders. So we have a mix of related and non-related stakeholders operating in the landscape, but we do have other complex issues when it comes to land uses. So we have multiple and competing land uses. So we do have, for example, if I mention of Kilombero, we do have smallholder farmers who are mostly have the objective to making sure that they produce for their own consumption or the market. We do have protected areas. We do have water catchments and many other unique features within the landscapes. And all these adds to the complexity when it comes to the management approaches. And that is why IUCN, of course, in collaboration with other partners, have been championing approaches to ensure that we manage the landscapes in a holistic way, taking into account these different and competing priorities and needs, and also power imbalances that exist. We do have in the landscape a smallholder farmer who does maybe a quarter an acre. We do have also advanced like large-scale farmers and others. And all these have different needs, have different capacities, and have different opportunities. So through landscape approaches, we have seen that it has been possible to bring together the different stakeholders in an harmonized way. Some of the successes, I think the previous speakers and especially Mr. Kirenga has spoken about these commodity compacts, the IGG tools of which IUCN has been part of. We also have worked last year to deploy the Land Health Monitoring Index within the Kilombero landscape as well as Ihemi landscape. It has been very successful. So stakeholders in a landscape agreeing the commitments towards managing and improving land health. And this goes beyond soil health. So it also considers other aspects of the ecosystem, like water, the forests, and other features that are available within that particular landscape, on how are we as partners going to manage that. So which is has been a very good approach because it ensures production as well as the conservation goals are able to be embedded in some of these landscape multi-stakeholder compacts and agreements. It's a way that we see that it can really contribute to climate adaptation goals. But the challenge that I see is how do we secure longer term financing to like implementing these landscape approaches so that we can also match with the government, especially policies which are longer term. We have policies that spans for 10 to 20 years, but how do we match the financing to facilitating these approaches and initiatives that are landscape based for a longer term vision so that they can really contribute to the aspired change? Because again, it takes time to really be able to make a positive impact at landscape level. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think that concludes the panel. Thank you so much to all of you for participating, and looking forward to bring these perspectives forward in the rest of the workshop. Thank you, Ragnhild, and thank you to the panel. I think now we are ready for VPO. Could I ask Dr. Freddy Manika to join me on stage to give the presentation?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My name is Fred Manyika. I'm from the Vice President's office. Sorry for not coming on time. I understood initially this presentation was set to be at 11, so because of other engagement, I could not be here. Now that I'm here, I'm going to talk about our presentation is on how Tanzania policy on climate change involve food security. But after listening to the panelists, it's almost what it's in my presentation is already presented. Because what they are talking is what our policies are supporting and what the government is really working hard to make sure that there is such climate resilience in the agriculture sector. The Vice President's office is responsible for climate change issues. And in this, we do have national environmental policy, which takes on board all environmental issues, including climate change. Even now, we are trying to expand to come to bring out explicitly the issue of climate change. In 2021, we revised our national environmental policy to come up with the National Environmental Policy 2021. In this policy, you explicitly and conspicuously see how the issue of climate change are being brought on board in the issue of climate change and including agriculture resilience. These policies emphasize on climate resilience in all the sectors. However, agriculture is number one. And I remember when we were doing our preparing our national adaptation program of action, NAPA, in 2006, agriculture was linked as number one. And in most of our policies that we are trying to put in place, agriculture always comes the priority. And we also had prepared a national climate change response strategy of 2021, and with a number of sectors, about 14 of them on board. And in all those sectors, agriculture and the food system is always on top of the priorities as the government. And we are working. We are now in the process of preparing a so-called national adaptation plan, which is a medium to long-term adaptation program. With this, as the colleague or the previous speaker have already indicated, climate smart agriculture is once again on top of priorities. But we are still working to make sure that whatever we come up in that national adaptation plan, yes, I was going very quickly because I know most of the issues has been presented. Now we'll go. I want to follow the structured presentation. Yes. Yes, next slide. Next slide. Yeah, I was trying to I already covered this. Yeah. And then it's a climate change response strategy. Yes, I was speaking about climate smart agriculture, which is in our strategy, and in this strategy we were able to come up even with the costing, even though it was not that much very comprehensive. But the focus was that we come up with some targets and costing on how we can address the issue of climate resilience, including in the agricultural sector. But the drought and other peasant disease are key, and in this strategy, we maybe I can skip this one. Let me try to use the technology. It's not moving. You do it manually. Let me go ahead. Yes.
In this strategy, the issue of climate, the drought, especially, and the emphasis on coming up with use of drought-resistant crops in agriculture and other sectors, I think is well indicated. The issue of coming up with early warning system. Next slide. And we had prepared our NDC. This is now we are going to the third generation of the NDC. We had our intended national determined contribution, which was prepared in 2015, and then we revised it to come up with the second generation of NDC, which we prepared and submitted in 2021. We right now in the currently trying to take a stock take of what has been implemented in the second generation of NDCs, so that we in our next generation of NDCs, which is NDC 3, we shall be able to really set some targets, including on the agricultures. One of these we are trying to put, for instance, the area that will be the irrigation. That's what we use them as target. This resonates with what is happening at global level, because at global level, countries have or parties has been asked to come up with indicators, global indicators on adaptation. So at national level, we are also working very hard to come up with this kind of indicators that contribute to the global process of having some indicators. So similarly, in the agriculture sector, we set the similar sort of indicators, which will be relevant in our next slide. We also prepared a 10-year master plan with 2022 to 2032, and this covers all issues on environment, including climate change. But again, the issue of climate resilience is key to this. In this master plan, and within those 10 years, some of our programs have already been implemented, and some of the sectors, including agriculture sector, have also put in place some program. Next slide. The master plan has mentioned a number of challenges which are being addressed. Next slide, please. And over and above for the master plan and the national environmental policies that are key, we do have also sectoral policies. And because we are in here now for agriculture, I just have given this example of agriculture, the national policy in agriculture and the climate smart agriculture. But other sectors, they're also having similar initiative to ensure that the issue of climate resilience is really taken very seriously, and they support the government initiative. And I was very glad to hear from the panelists that, especially the program on the SAGOT, that are now taking it to other areas where it hasn't been implemented before, especially the north and the eastern part of the country. And we, as the country, I mean the government, we will be there to support you, and we will be working very closely with you to make sure that all the issue of resilience, livelihood are on board, particularly ensuring that the issue of food system and food security is always on top of our agenda. Let me stop here, because I know what I'm speaking is already for other people has already said a lot about it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you to VPO and Dr. Freddy for that presentation. It's very good to have that overview as well. So thank you. So now moving on to the last session before lunch. Now we're going to try something fun. Because we were thinking, instead of kind of the normal group work, we would try to mix it up a bit and have kind of everyone meeting and talking to more partners than they would be able to during the group session. So we would like to try to have like speed dating setup. So I think the way this is going to work is that most of you are here today with 2 or more people from your organization. So I think just find your colleagues within the organization and agree who is doing what, because we're asking one person from each organization to just kind of be stationed around this room. And then the other person or several other persons from the same organization will then move around the room to kind of talk to everyone. And this way, we're hoping that everyone gets to talk to as many people as possible. So we're not going to like organize it with like a bell ring for when you move. So just kind of keep it brief. We have about 45 minutes now for this session because we kind of need to keep it in time in order to be ready for the high-level session at 2 p.m. So I think I'll just ask everyone to kind of be ready and in their seats again at 12:30, because then Dr. Yasin is going to give some notes, I think, on the high-level session. Yeah, do you need more instruction, or was that clear? Yeah, repeat one time. Yeah. So within your own organization, agree which person is kind of stationed permanent at one spot in this room and who will be moving around the room. And then when you're kind of just organized, then just for the people moving around the room, just kind of find a starting place with a permanent person, and then just move around like clockwise. So try to spend like 2 or 3 minutes with each person, and no more than that, because then we won't have time to kind of do the round. I think we're 18 different organizations here today. So with around 45 minutes. Yeah, so we're 18 different organizations, and with like 40 or 45 minutes left, that's about 2 minutes per post. And yeah, so just try to kind of station yourself across the room, and if you see that the space is limited, then we can also use the hallway and the lobby. Yeah. And so me and my colleagues are available for questions if something is unclear. So we're back here again at 12:30. Good luck.
Shamba zuri la maembe Mkuranga, na linapendeza. Kwa mbali linaonekana namna hii, na ndani nitawaonyesha jinsi ambavyo linavyoweza kuzaa kama likisimamiwa vizuri. Hili ni mojawapo ya mashamba ya mfano ambayo vijana wanaweza kuja kujifunza na wakulima wengine namna ya kuzalisha maembe bora kabisa hapa nchini.
Hii ni embe aina ya Kate, ni moja ya maembe mashuhuri sana duniani, na kwa sasa hivi ndio linaaminika kwamba linashika soko namba 1, na ni embe ambalo lina uzazi mkubwa na linachelewa kukomaa, ni late mature. Na kama unavyoona uzazi wake unakuwa wa wingi na lina rangi ya kupendeza, na nikipata upandaji mzuri kama space ambayo inaonekana ya mita 4 kwa mita 8, ni kwamba tunakuwa na miembe mingi ambayo inazaa kwa wingi zaidi. Na kwa sasa hivi wastani katika dunia embe hili unaweza ukazalisha mpaka tani 70 plus kwa hekta. Kwa hiyo kwa Tanzania linastawi vizuri, na ni moja katika maembe ambayo tunatazamia kwamba tunaweza kufanya biashara katika nchi mbalimbali ambazo zinapenda kununua maembe. Hili ni embe ambalo linaitwa Choknan, ni embe ambalo linapatikana sana kule nchini Malaysia, na tumelileta hapa kwa ajili ya majaribio juu ya upandaji wake na uzaaji wake, na linastawi vizuri hapa Tanzania, na ni embe lenye rangi nzuri na umbo zuri pia. Hapa bado ni size ndogo, lakini linakuwa na size kubwa zaidi ya hii, lakini shape yake unaona imekaa kama korosho. Ni shape ambayo inavutia kwa mlaji na kwenye soko. Choknan ni moja ya embe ambayo tumeichunguza hapa kila mwaka, haisumbui kuzaa, inazaa kwa wingi, pamoja kwamba kuna mengine yamevunwa, lakini uzaaji wake ni mzuri na ladha yake ni nzuri na rangi yake ni nzuri pia. Hili ni embe aina ya Sindri, ni embe ambalo pia kwa sasa hivi linapatikana hapa shamba la Koga, limepandwa kwa ajili ya majaribio, na embe hili asili yake ni Pakistani. Ni embe number 1 kule Pakistani katika masoko ambao wanayatumia kuuza, masoko ya Ulaya na Middle East. Ni embe tamu zuri, na linapoiva linakuwa toto ni yellow color. Ni moja ya maembe ambayo yanasifika duniani kwa ubora, na hapa tumelipanda kwa majaribio na likafanya vizuri sana, na hiyo ni fursa kwa Tanzania kuweza kupanda maembe ambayo yanatambulika na kujulikana duniani, ambayo pia tunaweza tukayatumia kwenye masoko mbalimbali.
Katika kilimo cha kisasa unahitaji vipando bora. Kilimo cha maembe halikadhalika kinahitaji vipando bora. Hapa ni kitalu cha vipando bora ambavyo vinazalishwa na Bwana Mkopi katika shamba lake lililopo hapa Mkuranga. Anatuingiza hapa ndani na nitaomba tupe maelezo zaidi. Karibu Bwana Mkopi, tueleze.
Hiki kitalu cha maembe hapa ndipo tunafanya kwa uzalishaji wa miti ya maembe. Hapa kama unavyoona iko katika hatua ya kwanza ukuaji, na hii ni hatua ya pili, na hatua ya tatu inakuja kwa ya kuunga miembe ambayo tunaita graft. Kwa sasa hivi tuko kwenye kufanya selection ya kuchambua ile ambayo mipya ambayo haijaota, tunaiweka mbali, tunapanda upya na kugrade by size ili ikae kwenye umri unaolingana. Tunatarajia mpaka kufika mwezi Machi tutakuwa tayari tumefanya grafting na tumekuwa na miche ambayo tayari inakwenda shambani.
Hili tunda ambalo nimevuna na nimelivundika limeiva. Kama nilivyokuwa nimeonyesha, hii sehemu inaonyesha kwamba hili embe lilianguliwa likaanguka chini, na hili eneo la hili tunda limeharibika kutokana na jeraha lililopatikana baada ya lile tunda kudunda chini. Halikuharibika wakati huo kwa sababu hili embe bado lilikuwa liko bichi, lakini unavyoiva hiki kidonda ndio kinasababisha hali hii. Kwa hiyo sehemu hii yote ya tunda inakuwa imepotea kutokana na uharibifu unaotokana na uvunaji ambao sio mzuri sana. Sasa baada ya hapo tulizungumzia kuhusu yule mdudu ambaye anaingia kwenye tunda wakati wa maua na anajificha ndani ya kokwa. Wakati ambapo tunda limekomaa, anatoka tena, anarudi na kwenda kukaa kwenye shina la mti kusudi aweze tena kuingia, kizazi chake kinachofuata aweze kuingia kwenye mti baada ya tunda kuwa limekomaa. Sasa leo nataka niwaonyeshe, nifungue hapa kusudi muweze kuona jinsi ambavyo huyu mdudu anajificha ndani ya kokwa. Huyu mdudu ameimbwa sana kwenye nyimbo zetu za Kiswahili, na Dr. Diwani katika wiki iliyopita alituambia kwamba huyu mdudu anapatikana vipi, anaingiaje, na ukimpasua kwenye kokwa unamkuta kwenye hali gani. Kwa hiyo leo hapa najaribu kupasua hii kokwa kusudi muweze kuona jinsi ambavyo anaharibu ile karanga inayokaa ndani ya embe. Kwa hiyo hii ndio karanga na mdudu mwenyewe ndio huyu hapa. Anajua sana kucheza kafa uongo. Unamwona huyu hapa. Kwa karibu unampata. Anaanza kujificha kwa sababu huyu ndio alikuwa sasa hivi anajiandaa kwenda kuingia kwenye tunda, kwenda kutaga kusudi uzao wake uweze kuingia kwenye tunda lijalo. Huu ndio uharibifu ambao unaletwa na huyu mdudu, na mdudu mwenyewe ndio huyu hapa. Waswahili wanaimba, tunda liko zima na huyu mdudu anaingiaje? Wakati tunda linaonekana lizima, anaingiaje humu ndani? Na huyu ndio mdudu mwenyewe huyu. Nafikiri mnamuona anatembea sasa hivi. Kwa hiyo huyu sasa hivi ningetupa hili tunda bustanini, angeondoka akaenda akafanya huo uharibifu. Anaitwa wivo. Pamoja na uharibifu huu uliofanywa na huyu mdudu, bado kuna fursa kubwa ambayo inaweza ikapatikana kwenye hili tunda. Ukiacha hili eneo ambalo limeharibika kwa sababu uvunaji ambao unatokana na kudondosha badala ya kuvuna kwa kutumia vikapu maalum vya kuvunia matunda, lakini bado tunda lenyewe sehemu kubwa ni nzima, na sasa hivi ninajiandaa kula hili tunda. Ni tamu na najua litakuwa zuri tu pamoja na hizi changamoto ambazo zimekuwepo. Lakini sasa kama unasafirisha kwenda nje tunda hili na likapatikana mdudu huyu mmoja katika mzigo wako, unaweza ukapoteza mzigo mzima, usiweze kuuza na jina la Tanzania likaharibika. Ndio maana Wizara ya Kilimo ikishirikiana na taasisi ya TPHPA inafanya ukaguzi kwa bidhaa zote ambazo zinakwenda kwenye masoko ya nje. Lakini ifike mpaka sasa hivi kwamba matunda ambayo tunazalisha kwa ajili ya kula hapa nchini yasiweze kuharibika namna hii kwa sababu ya uvunaji mbovu. Lakini vile vile tuangalie namna ambavyo tunaweza tukadhibiti mdudu kama huyu asiingie katika maembe yetu ambayo tutakuwa tunayauza nje na kutuingizia fedha nyingi, au hata yale ambayo tunayaleta kwenye soko la ndani. Mimi sasa hivi nimepoteza sehemu kubwa ya tunda hili. Sehemu yote hii sasa hivi sitakula, ni hasara kubwa. Especially kama hili tunda nimenunua kati ya shilingi 500 au shilingi 1000. Kama sehemu kubwa namna hii yote haipatikani, ina maana kwamba ni hasara kwangu. Lakini vile vile tulisema karanga ambayo inatoka ndani ya koko la embe inatumika sasa hivi kutengeneza mafuta ya bei kubwa sana duniani. Inakamuliwa hii, inatoa mafuta, na hayo mafuta yanatumika kwenye kutengeneza bidhaa ambazo ni za thamani kubwa. Hii karanga hapa tayari imeshaharibika, haiwezi kutumika tena kwa ajili ya uzalishaji huo. Kwa hiyo kumdhibiti huyu mdudu ni jambo la msingi na la lazima tunapoingia kwenye kilimo cha kibiashara cha zao la embe. Sasa somo lijalo tutawarejesha tena namna ambavyo tunaweza kumdhibiti huyu mdudu. Tutawaonyesha mbinu ambazo zinatumika kuvunja ile life cycle yake ambayo anakaa muda mrefu sana kwenye shina la mti wa mwembe wako. Kwa hiyo dawa ni kumzuia asipande na kufika kwenye mwembe wako na kuweza kuingia kwenye ua na matunda yale ambayo ni machanga. Huyu mdudu ni mjanja sana, kwa hiyo unahitaji akili kubwa ya namna ya kumdhibiti. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
I'm David Runge from Tamu Tamu, Tanzania, a SACOT partner. We are based in Iringa. We are producing apple trees, selling apple trees and buying the apples back. And yes, the South African type apples. Tanzania has imported last year $75 million of apples. All juice, all ciders, all vinegars, All fresh apples is all imported. The same counts for most of the other East African countries. We see a real chance to produce in Tanzania fresh apples, replace the imports, and even establish an export to other East African countries. And yeah, it's amazing. Farmers are happy because they can produce apples, and without any certification, import-export regulations, they can sell it locally. And the thing that is amazing about apples is the price is high and the price is fixed all year round. Yeah, when farmers, they're coming to us and they're saying, hey, this is El Fumoja, 1,000 shilling every day around the year. And we're saying, yes, this kind of apples you can produce. The company was established in 2016, and in 2018, over 50 apple varieties, as the first set, have been imported. And after 3 years R&D, it was clear which ones of the apple varieties are actually working here around the equator. And now we're busy selling apple trees. We bring every year new apple varieties to extend our R&D program, and all the value addition that we are now doing with a real apple juice. Yeah? Tanzanians who are in their first time of their life having a real apple juice, cold pressed, their face, yeah, the expression is like, wow, this is fruity, this is sweet, no sugar added, 100% natural. The same for our ciders, the same for the apple chips. And all the products that we are doing are 100% organic, 100% locally made, and it's collected the fruits from small-scale farmers. Yeah? We are everywhere online. You can find us on the SACOT page. We are on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, training videos in Swahili and English. We will do now a French version. Karibu sana, Tamu Tamu Tanzania. As we speak, we are working with about 2,000 farmers, and we are ramping that up in the next 6 months to 3,500, and probably will stay at that kind of size for a while, because we are working more like with a selective group of farmers and lead farmers, which are getting trained very well and then serving as a role model in their communities. Because here in Tanzania, especially in agriculture business, people don't like to try new things. Yeah, people are very conservative when it comes to the investment. So having farmers established, which are doing very well, and then the neighbors are seeing real money, like cash in their hands, yeah, this is for us the best marketing that we can actually do, farmers who are successful. Our products are currently mostly just available in very fine selected supermarkets, if that is in Masaki or if it is in Arusha or in Iringa. But now many families, yeah, big families, they're approaching us directly via Instagram. Hey, can I buy a box of apple? Can I buy a box of apple juice or apple cider? Yeah, so just contact us directly and we're sending you tomorrow a box. Karibu.
And Tula works for SACOT Center. There are some interesting stories, and Mr. Kirenga had alluded to, as he was doing his closing remarks, what SACOT has been achieving. As we are working on enhancing productivity and looking at capacities that needs to be built locally to actually trigger the regional trading, SACOT Center is at the center of things. In your view, Dada Tula, what are the success stories that SACOT are proud of in real triggering and enhancing regional trade from Tanzania, but also across East Africa region and the SADC region as well?
Yeah, Chairman, thank you for the question. As you've given me only 10 minutes, let me go straight to answer on what you've asked. From the presentations and the discussions we had today, we have noted that actually Africa is importing a lot from outside. So we are more or less main importer, from the shoes, Mr. Kirenga's shoes, to the food we are also consuming. And we know for sure when it comes to agriculture that we do have potential to feed our continent, but also to feed the world. Also we know that we can produce and expand the opportunities we have now, specifically Tanzania and our neighbors, East African community. We are in a position to plant almost everything what we are eating and what is being consumed. From sunflower that we have been importing from Ukraine, to wheat that has been produced in Russia. So we know for sure that we are in a position to produce in a scale. The only challenge that we are facing sometimes, it is about standards, and thank God that the person who is responsible for that spoke here. But also we usually have a challenge to supply on the required amount that the market will need, but also in that frequency that the market needs. And we know that so far in Africa, we are just using 25 potential we have to produce. We could produce more, but till now is only 25% is being utilized. And if you want to trade, you must have surplus. Without surplus, you can't trade because you will consume it yourself. So now I want to come to your question. What SAGCOT has done, or which ways we have used to support this initiative to make sure that Africa feed itself and also export outside the continent and among ourselves. We at SAGCOT, usually we are looking into value chains, and we are looking into those value chains. We are prioritizing the value chains which, first, we know that they are very competitive, and second, there is critical mass of private sector who are already working in those value chains. And I want to be here very specific. When I'm referring to private sector, organized company, SMEs, multinational companies, local companies, but also smallholder farmers. We are regarding a smallholder farmers as a private sector because he makes his decision like anyone who is doing business. So we have been prioritizing traditional crops like tea, cereals like maize and rice. However, we saw big potential in horticultural crops, and this is because we in Africa, we have soils, we have the weather that allow us to produce those crops, fruits and also vegetables. And so, for example, in the Southern Highlands, we have managed to work with our partners to place Southern Highland as a producer of avocado in Tanzania. Of course, avocado is grown in different areas in Northern Highlands, but also Kigoma and the other places. But now, if you ask where is avocado is being produced, you'll be told in Njombe. Njombe is in the Southern Highlands. And we are seeing potential of other crops. For example, we have just started. We are looking into apple. What we know is that so far we are net, East Africa is a net importer of apple and apple products like apple ciders, apple juices, apple vinegar, and so on and so forth. But the private sector we are working with has informed us that East Africa is importing the value of 75 million USD of apple products and apple fruits itself. But we know for sure that this is among the strategic crops that East Africa and Africa can look at. And we are in a position to produce this fruit and the product associated to that. So for that reason, I call upon us all to see apple as a strategic crop. And trust us, we have observed the trend as it has been for avocado. In the next 5 years, we hope that Tanzania might be a net exporter of apple. So, of course, Now we are speaking the language of food systems. Food systems include everything along the value chains. So at SAGCOT, we are looking also not only crops, but also the livestock sector, which is very important. And we know that if livestock sector want it to develop, we need feed. And most of our animal use crops like soya, maize, and these are strategic crops that are being used to produce animal feed. So for the case of SAGCOT, we have been focusing on production and the aggregation of soya. And this is for local consumption, regional consumption, and also for international consumption. Of course, we have, as Tanzania, we have signed a contract with China to export 1 million tons of soya. As we are speaking, 2 years ago, we were producing around 5,000 tons of soya in Tanzania. Come this year, we have managed to produce about 20,000 tons. With the support of our partners, Royal Norwegian Embassy, we are implementing a project called the Tanzania Soya Sustainable Initiative, whereby we are expecting in the next season to increase the productivity up to 50,000 tons of soya. But mind you, it is clear to us that in Tanzania alone, a demand for soya, for animal feed and human consumption is around 400,000 tons. As I've said that, dairy and poultry are very critical value chains that we've been working in. For example, poultry, now as we speak, Tanzania is a net exporter of fertilized eggs, and also we have managed to be self-sufficient here in Tanzania in producing day-old chicks. And this has been possible simply because already the value chain, livestock value chain, is investing. There is a lot of investors in it, and also there is that drive, and we are working very closely with the government of Tanzania to make sure that things are happening. So we have been exploiting the markets to see what the market need and what we can do to make sure that we produce for that market. So just to conclude my my presentation here, I would like to inform you or to make you note that so far Tanzania is a main player and a strategic player in food trade in East Africa, but also in SADC. We are producing rice twice as much as what we consume. And for that reason, the rest is being consumed in the regional Kenya, Uganda, we're exporting in Rwanda, DRC, Zimbabwe, and other countries. And we know that we have the potential to produce up to 4 times from what we are producing now. And as the trend goes and our farmers now understand the basic issues on soil management, land leveling, we expect that in the coming years, we will reach that goal and produce 4 times and export our rice to other countries. But also, we've taken note of crops like pulses, beans. Tanzania is a net exporter of beans in the region, and we have noticed that farmers have appetite to produce this crop, and also the private sector are increasingly engaged themselves in this value chain. There is another crop which was not in the ladder 10 years ago, and that is potato. In Tanzania, when you speak about food security, maize is number 1, rice number 2, and now potato is number 3. Nadhani chips zege for my fellow Tanzanians, all of you know it. We have something we call chips mayai, is chips made of French fries made with eggs. So it is like some concrete, yeah. It is like...
Yeah, that's a good one to end with, Tula.
I want just to
a bullet, please.
Yeah, one bullet point. So this crop is being produced in Southern Highland, Northern Highlands, almost all over Tanzania, and for now, we are the supplier of potato in the East African community, up to South Sudan and Kenya and everywhere. So just to conclude is that we as Tanzania, we are positioning ourselves and we are strategically to be the food basket for East African community, SADC, Africa, and also the globe. And thank you for that. This will be made possible, and I want to call you all upon to work with us as we are going to agricultural corridors of Tanzania, whereby we will be having our interventions in Tanzania, not only in the SAGCOT corridor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tula. Round of applause for Tula. She has really given some important points here. And you know what I liked about her, and it was almost taking me and forget to remind her on time because of the things she was speaking. But she started by explaining some challenges related to supply side constraints on some value chains, and she was speaking about products related to Apple. But I loved her ending notes. Like, it's not all difficult. There are some success stories on poultry, for example, in dairy products, poultry specifically. And she spoke about fertilized eggs that we are net exporters, rice, we are surplus, we have surplus, and we can export more than we import, beans, and she finished by speaking about potatoes. So it means there are some stories, there are some capabilities that have been realized that we can have actual positive trade balance. But for the subsectors and value chains that are real of high value, that we need to add value, what kind of stories and what kind of capacities in terms of success we learn from SAGCOT Center? And if we had time, we could unpack in terms of policies, what went right, in terms of technology, in terms of capital, but we don't have luxury of time. That being said, maybe Kevin would be of help as he helps us to unpack and try to see, you know, most of these trades, these businesses Tula has been speaking about, are actually done by small scale or SMEs, but it's not all glory. As SMEs go outside the border, they face a lot of challenges and bottlenecks. So Kevin, in your view, what are the key things that SMEs face when they go outside the border? And possibly, what do you think can be done to address such? Karibu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this question. I think most of it has been covered in the previous sessions, but I'll try to iron out some key issues which really the SMEs are facing whenever they want to expand, whether within the country or outside the boundaries. So the first one, and speaking of the SMEs here, I mean from the subsector I'm coming, I'll speak about all the value chain actors.
Na sasa hivi kama mnavyofahamu kwamba SAGCOT tumefanya kazi kwa karibu miaka 10 tangu tulipoanza katika corridor hii, especially katika mikoa ya nyanda za juu kusini, Morogoro mpaka mkoa wa Pwani. Mpaka hapo tunapozungumzia kuna uwekezaji ambao ni wa karibu dola bilioni 1.3 ambazo zimewekezwa na private sector, na upande wa serikali umewekeza karibu dola bilioni 5 katika mambo mbalimbali. Sasa kwenye upande wa sekta binafsi yetu bado inakuwa. Kuna wadogo, wakulima wadogo, lakini kuna wale wakati na wengine wakubwa, na wamefikia mahali ambapo tunahitaji uwekezaji ukue kwa kasi zaidi. Kwa hiyo katika taasisi ambazo zinatoa uwekezaji kwenye sekta ya kilimo kwa sekta binafsi ni shirika linaloitwa IFC, International Finance Corporation, ambayo ni sehemu ya taasisi zilizoko katika familia ya Benki ya Dunia. Sasa kule kusudi sekta binafsi yetu iweze kufikia fursa hiyo, ina maana kwamba lazima tuangalie ni maeneo gani ambayo tumetoa kipaumbele kama nchi. Kama unavyofahamu, Tanzania tunatekeleza mambo mbalimbali, kwa mfano Agenda 1030, lakini vile vile tunatekeleza ASDP2 na vile vile tuna mkakati mpya wa kuendeleza kilimo ambao sasa hivi unatekelezwa na Wizara ya Kilimo na Wizara ya Mifugo. Sasa kule ndani kuna minyororo ya thamani mbalimbali karibu 12 ambayo tumeshughulikia ndani ya utaratibu wa SACCOT. Sasa leo tumefanyika uchambuzi kuangalia hiyo minyororo, kuangalia ni namna gani minyororo kama avocado, ufugaji wa kuku, soya pamoja na mazao mengine yanavyoweza kufanyiwa kazi kwa ufanisi zaidi. Kwa hiyo kuna utafiti umefanyika kuangalia ni namna gani huduma zinazohudumia mazao hayo. Kwa mfano masuala ya stakabadhi ya mazao ghalani au warehouse receipt system na utaratibu wa masoko ya mitaji kwenye kilimo kusudi inavyoweza kusaidia uwekezaji na ukuaji wa hizo sekta. Wameangalia masuala ambayo yanatakiwa yafanyiwe kazi kama miundombinu, masuala ya kisera, lakini vile vile namna ambavyo huduma zinaweza kupatikana kwa urahisi, hususan katika usafirishaji, uwekezaji wa umeme, ujenzi wa viwanda, lakini masuala mengine ambayo yanahusiana na mambo ya kodi. Yote hayo yafanywe namna gani kusudi kuweza kuongeza ukuaji wa hiyo sekta. Lakini jambo jingine ambalo limejitokeza ni kazi kubwa ambayo inafanyika na serikali katika kuendeleza sekta ya kilimo, hususan katika utengenezaji wa ajira. Ni vitu gani ambavyo vinaweza vikafanywa zaidi kusudi Tanzania iwe ni mwamba katika uzalishaji wa hayo mazao, kwa sababu ardhi tunayo, maji tunayo, miundombinu inajengwa kwa wingi, uwekezaji mkubwa unafanywa na serikali. Sasa haya yote yakiletwa pamoja katika value chains maalum ambazo zitakuwa zimepewa kipaumbele na wadau kama tulivyosikia leo zimejadiliwa hapa, ni namna gani ambayo tunaweza kwenda kwa kasi zaidi. Kwa hiyo ndio mkutano wa leo umewakutanisha watu mbalimbali kama kutoka Agricultural Council of Tanzania, Tanzania Investment Center, lakini wabobezi wa masuala ya utafiti kama Aspires, lakini vile vile taasisi zingine ambazo ziko kwenye sekta binafsi. Wote wamekuja wamejadili na tumepata maono ya nini ambacho inabidi zifanywe katika hizi value chain ambazo tumezijadili hapa, hususan kwenye kuku, parachichi, soya na mchele au mpunga. Ni nini kifanyike kusudi kuwe na ukuaji na uwekezaji mkubwa zaidi kutoka kwenye private sector. Asanteni sana.
Kwa jina naitwa Wilson Joel, ni afisa kilimo wa mkoa wa Njombe. Mradi wa YEFA ni mradi ambao ni muhimu sana kwenye sekta ya kilimo kwa sababu unalenga vijana, na tunajua kuna jitihada nyingi sana za serikali ambazo zinafanyika hasa kwa kupitia BBT, hasa chini ya Wizara ya Kilimo. Kwa hiyo huu mradi ni mradi mwafaka ambao kwetu sisi utakuwa unalenga nguvu kazi ambayo ipo kwenye sekta ya kilimo, na sisi kwa mkoa wa Njombe tuna vijana 59,000 ambao wapo tayari wako kwenye sekta ya kilimo. Kwa hiyo kwa huu mradi maana yake tutaenda nao moja kwa moja kwa hao vijana na maeneo ambayo hatutakuwa
on behalf of the board of directors of AfriFarm. I'm very delighted to get this opportunity to open the Avocado Day at this Avocado Pavilion at Tanzania Expo 2024. AfriFarm is under one of the company of association of companies. We deal with livestock and agricultural inputs. It has been a dream for the board of directors and the management of AfriFarm to have something like this, the Avocado Pavilion and Avocado Day. This is one of a kind in Tanzania. This is the first one, but I know by your all support, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Agriculture for his blessing for this endeavor. And for all of you, because I've seen all the faces of the avocado chef in Tanzania, the logistics people, the packaging people, the restaurants people. I've seen a friend Tan from South Africa is also here. So this gives us a good hope of this start. As we know, avocado has been found a lot on the southern Highlands area. But sadly, the malnutrition problem in percentage in Tanzania, number one is in the southern and highland areas. We know a lot of parachichi and avocado farmers have grown. But if you see the statistics of malnutrition, it's very sad to see Njombe is the first one. So this idea is not only doing avocado business, but also as a healthy wise. We know if everyone is healthy, we also do business. If each of us, each Tanzanian, each avocado, eat one avocado a day, we would be eating 1,000 tons of avocado a year, multiple of what we're exporting. So the local consumption of avocado in Tanzania is very little compared to other places. We know the nutrition of avocado. I know other stakeholders will come and talk about the importance of avocado. And I hope after this first event, it will open other opportunities for more events to come. Not only in Tanzania, but we will also be recognized in the world, because I don't think if there's something wrong with avocado day. So this is one of a kind, and again, I'd like to thank everyone, Sarah, because they were the first ones who had shared the idea, and they were the first ones who support us, the logistics people, the restaurants, all the value chain of avocado, because without ourselves, we wouldn't achieve this event. But the grace of God and the support of all of you, I would like to take this opportunity again to thank all of you and to welcome you again, and to open the floor for the speakers. I know we'll get a lot of inputs and ideas on how this business works. And I know other people share the importance here to be the new day of opening other business stores. Asante sana na karibu sana.
Jina langu naitwa Geoffrey Kirenga na ni mkurugenzi mtendaji wa SAGCOT. Leo hapa sisi tumeshiriki kama sehemu ya uandaji wa haya maonyesho, lakini vile vile tumekuwa tunaangalia wadau wetu mbalimbali ambao wanashiriki. Kwa mfano hapa niko kwenye banda la AfriFarm. AfriFarm ni mojawapo ya kampuni ambayo sasa hivi inaibukia kwenye kutoa huduma kwenye sekta ya kilimo na mifugo. Kwa mfano leo hapa wanaonyesha bidhaa zao mbalimbali ambazo wanaziuza hapa nchini na zinapata soko kubwa sana kwa wafugaji. Kwa mfano wanazo disinfectants mbalimbali ambazo zinasaidia kuhakikisha kwamba kuna usafi na unazuia mashambulizi ya magonjwa kwenye mabanda, lakini vile vile wanazo chanjo au vaccines ambazo vile vile zinasaidia sana kwenye kupunguza mashambulizi kwa mifugo yetu, hususan kwenye ufugaji wa kuku. Lakini jambo jingine ambalo nimeliona ni zuri hapa ni kwamba wana vifaa ambavyo vinatumiwa na wakulima. Kuna viatu mbalimbali, kuna boots, lakini vifaa ambavyo vinatumika shambani kwa ajili ya kupunguza kazi na harubu. Kwa hiyo mimi nafikiri ni jambo jema kwa kampuni za hapa nchini sasa hivi kuanza kuuza vifaa vyenye ubora unaotakiwa, na pengine hii ni fursa kwa wale ambao wanatengeneza hivi vifaa waweze kuvitengeneza kwa wingi humu ndani ya nchi badala ya kuagizwa kutoka nje. Kwa hiyo mimi nitoe pongezi kwa AfriFarm, lakini mwishoni nitoe pongezi kwa Wizara ya Mifugo na Uvuvi, nitoe pongezi kwa taasisi ambazo zimeshiriki kwenye kuandaa haya maonyesho, na vile vile wadau ambao wameweza kushiriki. Na sisi SAGCOT tunafurahi kuona kwamba wadau wetu wengi ndani ya serikali lakini vile vile nje ya serikali wameweza kushiriki kwa wingi. Mchango wetu mkubwa sasa hivi kwenye sekta ya kilimo, zaidi ya kuhamasisha uwekezaji, tumeona tujikite zaidi kwenye uzalishaji wa soya. Zao la soya linahitajika sana hapa nchini. Kwa mfano, sasa hivi uzalishaji uko kwenye tani 20,000 hivi, lakini mahitaji hapa nchini yanaweza kufika zaidi ya tani 250,000 mpaka kuelekea tani 300,000 kwa mwaka. Kwa hiyo kuna haja ya kuongeza uzalishaji. Sisi ndani ya SAGCOT tumepanga kwamba katika mwaka unaokuja uzalishaji uongezeke kutoka huo wastani wa tani 20,000 mpaka ufike tani
50,000, na kama tukifanikiwa hapo, tutakavyoendelea mbele zaidi ifike hata tani 100,000, kwa sababu Tanzania kupitia wakulima wadogo tu tunaweza tukazalisha mpaka tani 2,000,000 kwa mwaka. Kwa hiyo huduma ambazo zinatolewa na serikali kwenye kuhakikisha kwamba masoko yanakuwa mazuri, Wizara ya Kilimo inajipanga vizuri sana na taasisi zake kama zile taasisi ambazo zinasimamia huduma za masoko, lakini vile vile zile taasisi ambazo zinasimamia masuala ya kuhakikisha kwamba ubora unapatikana kwenye mazao yetu na pembejeo zinapatikana. Kama kwenye zao la soya tunahitaji sana zile inoculam, ni kama mbolea maalum kwa ajili ya mazao haya ya mikunde kusudi iweze kuzalisha kwa tija zaidi. Kwa hiyo kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanafanyika, lakini usindikaji vaccines ambazo vile vile zinasaidia sana kwenye kupunguza mashambulizi kwa mifugo yetu, hususan kwenye ufugaji wa kuku. Lakini jambo jingine ambalo nimeliona ni zuri hapa ni kwamba wana vifaa ambavyo vinatumiwa na wakulima. Kuna viatu mbalimbali, kuna boots, lakini vifaa ambavyo vinatumika shambani kwa ajili ya kupunguza kazi na harubu. Kwa hiyo mimi nafikiri ni jambo jema kwa kampuni za hapa nchini sasa hivi kuanza kuuza vifaa vyenye ubora unaotakiwa, na pengine hii ni fursa kwa wale ambao wanatengeneza hivi vifaa waweze kuvitengeneza kwa wingi humu ndani ya nchi badala ya kuagizwa kutoka nje. Kwa hiyo mimi nitoe pongezi kwa AfriFarm, lakini mwishoni nitoe pongezi kwa Wizara ya Mifugo na Uvuvi, nitoe pongezi kwa taasisi ambazo zimeshiriki kwenye kuandaa haya maonyesho na vile vile wadau ambao wameweza kushiriki, na sisi SAGCOT tunafurahi kuona kwamba wadau wetu wengi ndani ya serikali lakini vile vile nje ya serikali wameweza kushiriki kwa wingi. Mchango wetu mkubwa sasa hivi kwenye sekta ya kilimo, zaidi ya kuhamasisha uwekezaji, tumeona tujikite zaidi kwenye uzalishaji wa soya. Zao la soya linahitajika sana hapa nchini. Kwa mfano, sasa hivi uzalishaji uko kwenye tani 20,000 hivi, lakini mahitaji hapa nchini yanaweza kufika zaidi ya tani 250,000 mpaka kuelekea tani 300,000 kwa mwaka. Kwa hiyo kuna haja ya kuongeza uzalishaji. Sisi ndani ya SAGCOT tumepanga kwamba katika mwaka unaokuja uzalishaji uongezeke kutoka huo wastani wa tani 20,000 mpaka ufike tani 50,000. Na kama tukifanikiwa hapo, tutakavyoendelea mbele zaidi ifike hata tani 100,000, kwa sababu Tanzania kupitia wakulima wadogo tu tunaweza tukazalisha mpaka tani 2,000,000 kwa mwaka. Kwa hiyo huduma ambazo zinatolewa na serikali kwenye kuhakikisha kwamba masoko yanakuwa mazuri, Wizara ya Kilimo inajipanga vizuri sana na taasisi zake kama zile taasisi ambazo zinasimamia huduma za masoko, lakini vile vile zile taasisi ambazo zinasimamia masuala ya kuhakikisha kwamba ubora unapatikana kwenye mazao yetu na pembejeo zinapatikana. Kama kwenye zao la soya tunahitaji sana zile inoculam, ni kama mbolea maalum kwa ajili ya mazao haya ya mikunde kusudi iweze kuzalisha kwa tija zaidi. Kwa hiyo kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanafanyika, lakini usindikaji sasa hivi kama kampuni ya AfriFarm inatengeneza chakula. Umeona kampuni ya hili imeanza kuzalisha mafuta ya soya, lakini vile vile wanapozalisha mafuta ya soya wanapata mashudu ambayo yanatumika kwenye kilimo hususan kwenye ufugaji, chakula cha mifugo kwa ajili ya kuku, samaki, nguruwe, ng'ombe wa maziwa, lakini soya vile vile ni chakula cha binadamu. Kwa hiyo haya yote yanatoa mchango mkubwa sana kwenye kuendeleza kilimo hapa nchini, na naamini kwamba mambo yanaenda vizuri sana. Kwa kweli nimeangalia mwaka huu na ukilinganisha miaka ya nyuma, mwitikio ni mzuri sana. Kuna ushiriki hapa wa nchi kama 8 za kimataifa ambazo zimekuja tofauti na huko nyuma, lakini vile vile ukiangalia yamepangwa kitaalamu. Ukitizama hapa unaona kweli wanaonyesha watu na wanatengeneza deals za biashara na mahusiano ya kibiashara. Kwa hiyo tuna imani kwamba kupitia maonyesho haya wafugaji wa Tanzania watapata fursa kubwa zaidi ukilinganisha na ilivyokuwa huko nyuma, na wakitumia fursa hizi wanaweza kuongeza tija na ufanisi kwenye ufugaji wa kuku na ndege wafugwao.
Hello, Eugene. Oh, karibu sana. So Von Kavi, we were founded back in 2013. We started with our farm in Morogoro Municipal, and then later, after growth and expansion, we decided to move here to Dakawa for further expansion. So this is just one of our farms, and we also have a feed mill facility. In total, our farms have a capacity of 50,000 layers. We also have a broiler line in Morogoro, and we also produce chicken feeds. So we have, in total, the company has created direct employment to over 50 young men and women, and over 200 indirect employment. So SADCOT has been very helpful with us. We have been working very close together with our government towards addressing our challenges which we are having.
It's so nice to visit Vonkavi and to see the very important work that they are doing. I'm very much impressed, and I also heard about the plans to expanding, and I wish them all the success. These are the young, innovative forces that Tanzania needs to modernize the agriculture sector. And we have visited some of the different businesses the 2 last days, and I'm very, very happy to be here, and I really hope to see Vonkavi expanding in the future.
Sisi tunauza matunda kama unavyoona dengo, tunauza mapapai, tunauza ndizi, tunauza nyanya, matango, maembe kama unavyoona. Lakini maembe yenyewe tunayouza haya ni maembe ya kisasa. Maembe ya kisasa na matatizo moja. Unaweza ukanunua maembe kama 100, lakini sasa matokeo yake katika maembe 100 hayo unaweza ukauza ukakuta maembe 70, 50 yameoza. Naona sasa ni changamoto kubwa sana ambayo tunaipata. Kwa tunahitaji ngao hata wataalamu wa hizi embe ndio wajitahidi kutuletea somo kubwa sana ili tuondokane na hii changamoto ya maembe kuoza.
Hali ya maembe inakuwaje hasa unaponunua kwa mkulima na unataka kushauriana unatoa?
Unapoenda kununua kwa mkulima anakuambia maembe yangu ni mazuri sana, hana tatizo lolote. Lakini matokeo yake haya maembe hayo unayaleta gengeni, changamoto unayokutana nayo ni kama hivyo, unakuta maembe yenyewe unakuta yanaoza. Unaona wapi?
Hebu leta hilo tulione ambalo limeanza kuoza. Inakuwaje hali yenyewe inakuwa?
Naona hali yenyewe inavyokuwa. Unakuta embe ikishaweka alama ya kuoza ile kama hii nyeusi, unakuta mteja akija kiligeuza naona kabisa kwamba hili embe sio. Kwa hiyo unakuta kwamba hata hela yenyewe ambayo umenunulia hata kuitoa uitoi.
Kwa hiyo katika maembe 100 mangapi yanaoza?
Hata unakuta maembe 50, 70 yameoza, unaambulia kidogo.
Okay. Embe unauza bei gani sasa hivi?
Embe kuna shilingi 1000, kuna mingine 500.
Okay. Sasa umetoa wito gani?
Inahitajika somo kubwa kidogo ngao kwa wakulima wapate somo kubwa ngao wao na wataalamu wapate kufanyaje kuwapa somo kubwa kama ngao kwenye upande wa utaalamu wa haya maembe.
Baada ya kutoka gengeni, huu ni mfano wa maembe ambayo nimeyaleta yako nyumbani na sasa hivi najiandaa kuyaandaa kwa ajili ya kutumika kama tunda nyumbani. Hili ni embe ambalo nimelimenya na unaweza ukaanza kuona namna ambavyo kunakuwa na muonekano kwa ndani. Hapa ni dhahiri kwamba hili embe limeanza kuharibika, na hii ni aina ya uharibifu unaoletwa na funza wa nzi wa maembe. Sasa nitaendelea kulikata hili embe kusudi tuweze kuona kwa pamoja namna ambavyo uharibifu huu unapokuwa. Hapa ninaendelea kulimenya kusudi mweze kuona uharibifu ambavyo unatokea. Naendelea kulikata kusudi uharibifu uweze kuonekana
nakata ndani zaidi. Naona huu ndio uharibifu, na unaweza kuona njia ambazo wale funza wamepita na baadhi ya funza wanaanza kuonekana, kama huyu hapa. Huyu ni funza anajichimbia ndani, unaona anatoroka. Huyu ni funza mwingine, wanakimbia kwa sababu huyu ni funza mwingine. Huyu hapa unamuona, hawa hapa wanajificha. Kwa hiyo hawa ni funza ambao wako kwenye maembe. Funza hawa sio sumu, hata kama ukiwala kwa bahati mbaya hawana madhara yoyote, lakini wana madhara makubwa kwenye matunda yetu. Taendelea kukata kusudi muweze kuona uharibifu unaotokea. Naona hili ni embe ambalo linaendelea kuharibika. Kwa kweli hii ni hasara kubwa, na umesikia jana muuza genge Bwana Moses alituambia kwamba maembe yake anayonunua karibu 50 mpaka 60 yanaharibika. Naweza mkaona jinsi ambavyo uharibifu huu unavyokuwa. Kwa hiyo ndani hili embe lote limeharibika kwa kiasi hiki. Kwa hiyo hili embe mimi nimelinunua shilingi 1000. Ina maana kwamba mimi na familia yangu hatutaweza kulila, na hakuna namna ambavyo tungeweza kutambua kwamba hili embe limeharibika au halijaharibika kabla ya kununua, kwa sababu unaona muonekano wake unavyoonekana kwa nje, na nikilikata hili embe lenyewe vile vile unaweza kukuta lina tatizo kama hili. Kwa hiyo
mi naitwa Tula Mloge, ni msaidizi mwandamizi wa mkurugenzi wa shirika linaitwa SAGCOT. Nadhani nimeshalisikia. SAGCOT ni taasisi ya ubia kati ya serikali na sekta binafsi ambayo inaangalia uwezekano wa kuendeleza kilimo nyanda za juu kusini. Lakini kwa kazi ambayo tumefanya na baadhi ya vijana kama kina Adija, si mnaona wameonekana, Mheshimiwa Rais Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan ametuagiza kwamba tuende pia katika maeneo mengine au katika korido zingine Tanzania. Kwa hiyo kuanzia mwaka kesho mtatuona tuko Tanzania nzima. Sasa ningeomba kama kuna vijana ambao wamenufaika na SAGCOT wasimame kama wapo. Namuona Plakseda, namuona Mkami, namuona Shamim, Hadija kashajitaja, lakini kuna wengine walikuwa stejini, stage ile ya kwanza na ya pili. Wale wote vijana ni akina Tagamenda, akina wote ni wafaidika wa SAGCOT. Sasa kaeni tu. Naomba tu niseme, Hadija uniruhusu dakika moja tu, siongei sana. Sisi tumekuwa tunafanya katika minyororo ya thamani tofauti na kuna vijana mlikuwa mnawasikia wanatajwa. Tukianza na mnyororo wa thamani wa viazi, najua mnafahamu kwamba kuna transformation kubwa ya viazi nyanda za juu kusini, si ndio? Mnafahamu viazi vinalimwa Njombe, au sio? Ile ni moja kazi ya kazi.
Embassy, we have NORAD, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries, Vice President Office, PORALC, PM Office, NCMC, World Bank, ATO, IUCN, UNCDF, NOGISVEL, SNV, IDH, AMDT, SACOT, Trump Foundation, WFP, PAS, NCA, TARI, NDCP, WWF, AWF, ICRAF, PaidMark Africa, NORCAP, and AGRA. So if you're not in the list, just let us know, and you agree among yourselves who will, send and maybe say a few words for the minister to understand and the ambassador to understand what you are doing. Having said that, I think we can now break for lunch. The lunch is ready almost, and please make sure that we are back here before 1:45. Asanteni sana na mnakaribishwa kufurahia lunch. Enjoy your lunch.
tuagiza kwamba tuende pia katika mi naitwa Tula Mloge, ni msaidizi mwandamizi wa mkurugenzi wa shirika linaitwa SAGCOT. Nadhani nimeshalisikia. SAGCOT ni taasisi ya ubia kati ya serikali na sekta binafsi ambayo inaangalia uwezekano wa kuendeleza kilimo nyanda za juu kusini. Lakini kwa kazi ambayo tumefanya na baadhi ya vijana kama kina Adija, si mnaona wameonekana, Mheshimiwa Rais Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan ametuagiza kwamba tuende pia katika maeneo mengine au katika corridors zingine Tanzania. Kwa hiyo kuanzia mwaka kesho mtatuona tuko Tanzania nzima. Sasa ningeomba kama kuna vijana ambao wamenufaika na SAGCOT wasimame kama wapo. Namuona Plakseda, namuona Mkami, namuona Shamim, Hadija kashajitaja, lakini kuna wengine walikuwa stejini, steji ile ya kwanza na ya pili. Wale wote vijana ni akina Tagamenda, akina wote ni wafaidika wa SAGCOT. Sasa kaeni tu. Naomba tu niseme, Hadija uniruhusu dakika moja tu, siongei sana. Sisi tumekuwa tunafanya katika minyororo ya thamani tofauti tofauti, na kuna vijana mmekuwa mnawasikia wanatajwa. Tukianza na minyororo wa thamani wa viazi, najua mnafahamu kwamba kuna transformation kubwa ya viazi nyanda za juu kusini, si ndio? Mnafahamu viazi vinalimwa Njombe, au sio? Ile ni moja kazi ambayo sisi kama SAGCOT tumefanya, na mwakilishi mmoja wapo yuko hapa, Shamim. Huyu ni mkulima wa viazi, anatokea Njombe, na tuna banda letu ndani ya Avocado Pavilion ambapo tutaeleza kuhusu viazi na parachichi. Lakini pia tumeweza kufanya kazi kwa ukaribu sana na vijana katika minyororo thamani tofauti tofauti ya mboga na matunda, tukianza na Hadija mwenyewe, lakini kuna vijana wengine mmeshawasikia sana, akina Raha, mmeshawasikia pia akina Viwavi. Kijana alikaa hapa alikuwa ameongea kuhusu vitunguu. Na sisi tunapofanya kazi, sisi sio mradi pase, tunafanya kazi kuhakikisha kazi tunayofanya inakuwa endelevu. Kwa vijana wetu tunawafuatilia kwa ukaribu sana kwa muda mrefu. Lakini pia tumekuwa tunafanya kazi na vijana kule Songwe, Mkara, walikuwa vijana wa bodaboda, tunawabadilisha sasa wanalima mpunga. Mmemuona Naomi alikaa hapa, naye ni kijana wetu ambaye tunamsapoti katika kutengeneza chocolate inayoitwa Mababu chocolate. Sisi kama SAGCOT tumeweza pia kuchukua ile chocolate na kuipeleka huko nchi za nje kuangalia testi kama watu wanaipenda au vipi. Tumepata matokeo mazuri so far. Lakini pia tumekuwa tunafanya kazi na vijana katika maeneo tofauti tofauti, mfano Spices, Mkami yuko pale, lakini kuna mwingine mnamjua anaitwa Aroma Fatma yuko Morogoro, lakini sasa hizi ame-expand na yuko anafanya kazi pia Mbeya. Lakini tumekuwa tunasapoti vijana wanawake. Mnafahamu kampuni inaitwa Dodoma Cement, nadhani CEO wake Teresia. Ile kampuni sisi tumeisapoti, na sasa ni moja kati ya kampuni inayotegemewa katika afya ya udongo hapa Tanzania. Kwa upande wa 88 tuna banda kama nilivyosema la wadau wetu ndani ya Avocado Pavilion, lakini tuna banda lingine, hilo linaitwa Tanzania Harvest. Banda hili linaonyesha brands za Tanzania ambazo ni maziwa, kahawa na chocolate, ambalo liko ndani ya pavilion ya private sector number 4. Tunawakaribisha sana pale, na pia ukitaka kujua zaidi kuhusu SAGCOT tuna banda letu ndani ya hiyo pavilion namba 4. Karibuni sana mjifunze kuhusu SAGCOT, na tunawategemea sana tutakapoenda maeneo mengine nje ya SAGCOT Southern Highland. Nyinyi ndio muwe wawakilishi wetu na muwe watu ambao mtatupokea. Asanteni. Asante Hadija.
Asante sana dada Tula.
hili tunda ambalo nimevuna na nimelivundika, limeiva. Kama nilivyokuwa nimeonyesha, hii sehemu inaonyesha kwamba hili embe lilianguliwa likaanguka chini, na hili eneo la hili tunda limeharibika kutokana na jeraha lililopatikana baada ya lile tunda kudunda chini. Halikuharibika wakati huo kwa sababu hili embe bado lilikuwa liko bichi, lakini unavyoiva hiki kidonda.
Tumekuwa tukihangaika muda mrefu katika kilimo, lakini tumetambua leo lazima tuachane na kile kilimo chetu cha jadi. Uongo kweli? Kwamba tuendelee kulima mahindi, lakini ndani yake lazima tukubali kubadilika. Na leo tunaletewa zao hili la parachichi. Na unaona hawa wataalamu wamefanya utafiti ili zao la parachichi lisilete usumbufu. Ndani yake wanakuletea tena zao ambalo litakusaidia kuhudumia shamba lile la parachichi, lakini nasaidia vile vile uchumi wa nyumbani kwetu na kuinua standard yetu ya maisha. Sasa unavyokuwa na mimi mwenyewe, mpaka kabla ya jana, kabla afisa ya kilimo wa mkoa hajanipigia kuniomba niwe mgeni rasmi hapa, akiniambia tunaenda kwenye zoezi la kuzindua uvunaji wa viazi mviringo, nikasema hii itakuwa ni mazingaombwe. Sikuamini. Hivyo kwenye akili kama ya kwangu haiamini, manake wananchi wetu wote wengi hawana taarifa. Lakini tumeambiwa hapa ekari moja ikihudumiwa vizuri na bila mashaka tunavuna gunia 200. Gunia ngapi? 200. Manake ni tani 20 kwa ekari moja. Huo ni uchumi ambao kwa kweli kila moja anautamani. Mmoja wa wawezeshaji ambao mlikuwa mnaona hapa, sitamtaja sababu baadaye mkaenda kumkopa hela, msimu huu au mwaka jana maparachichi yamempatia milioni 50. Milioni ngapi? 50. Kuna rafiki yangu mmoja yuko pale manispaa, huwa ananiletea parachichi lakini huwa anamlipa visenti kidogo. Nikamuuliza katika ule mti mmoja ambao ni mti wa kienyeji, kwa mwaka anapata shilingi ngapi? Akaambia kati ya 500,000 na 800,000. Mti? Sasa mahindi yako wewe ni gunia ngapi? Mti mmoja unampa 800,000 wa parachichi. Na wateja wake ndio sisi, anatuletea 5, anaenda nyumba nyingine anapeka 10, anapata kwa mwaka mti mmoja 800,000 na ana miti 4. Piga hesabu mwenyewe. Miti mingapi? Na haipo shambani ndugu zanguni, ipo uwanjani kwake. Bei ya kawaida kabisa ya parachichi moja ni shilingi 500 sasa hivi kwenye soko hapa mjini. Na likivirigwa vizuri 1,000 na tunapata pale. Uongo kweli? Na kwa upande wa manispaa, sasa hili naomba niliweke msisitizo. Idara yetu ya kilimo, hili ndio eneo la kujikita rasmi kabisa. Kwa sababu sisi manispaa tunayo sheria ambayo hairuhusu kuzalisha mahindi. Uongo kweli? Kilimo sasa cha mjini, na nimeshaeleza na hapa naeleza rasmi, ni miti ya matunda, parachichi. Kwa hiyo usiseme sasa sisi tutaishije? Parachichi itakufanya uishi mara 15 kwenye standard yako ya maisha. Lakini
Expecting the guest of honor to be here in a minute. So once he's here, just stand up, please. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Honorable guest of honor, Honorable Norwegian Ambassador, Honorable dignitaries, all protocol observed. Mheshimiwa, karibu sana katika event yetu ya jioni hii. Welcome to this segment of the high level of the Tanzania Norway Agriculture Climate Nexus workshop. This is our first day. We started in the morning and now we are in the time for the high level segments. In the room, Honorable guest of honor, we have about 28 institutions and organizations. And in the interest of time, I'll just mention the organization and then members of that organization or institution will stand up. Okay, so we have representatives from Norwegian Embassy. Okay, we have representative from NORAD. We have representatives from Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries, President's Office, Regional Administration and Local Government, Prime Minister's Office, National Carbon Monitoring Center, the World Bank, Agriculture Transformation Office, IUCN, UNCDF, NOJESVA, SNV, IDH, NDC Partnership, Sagot Center, Rome Foundation, World Food Program, PATH, NCA, TARI, NDCP, WWF, AWF, ICRAF, Trademark East Africa, NOCAP, and last but not least, AGRA. Thank you very much. So those are the institutions that have been represented in this workshop. Guest of honor, I would like to introduce the high table. We have Madam Tuna Tine. I don't know if I got it right. Thank you. She's the ambassador, Norwegian ambassador. We have Professor Jean Mohinda. He's the Agra Regional Director for East and Southern Africa, based in Nairobi. We have Geoffrey Kirenga. He's the member of the Presidential Advisory Council on Food and Agriculture and also the CEO of Sagot. We have Mr. Jeremiah Temu. He is the Acting Director of Agriculture Transformation Office. We have Madame Marianne Johannes. She is the head of the Nature and Climate Change at NORAD. We have Rogasian Lukoa, who is the representative of President's Office, Regional Administration and Local Government. Dear guest of honor, I don't want to waste any time. I'm now inviting Honorable Ambassador to give her a few remarks. Welcome.
Honorable Mimi nchini Tanzania. Jina langu Tuna Tines. Na furahi kuona wengi mkuja kwenye mkutano huu. Nashukuru kupata nafasi ya kuzungumza leo. Norway ni mshirika wa maendeleo nchini Tanzania kwa miaka zaidi ya 60. Tumejenga mahusiano makubwa kwenye sekta ya kilimo. So it's both an honor and it's a privilege to be here today as we continue to strengthen the long-standing partnership between Tanzania and Norway. Since the early 1960s, Norway has been a dedicated partner to Tanzania's development journey in various sectors, including energy, education, health, governance, and of course, agriculture. This long-lasting partnership has been rooted in mutual respect, in shared values, and a commitment to addressing common challenges. The long-standing collaboration has not only fostering strong bilateral ties, but has also positioned both nations as leaders in promoting sustainable agriculture practice and food security, further strengthening their shared vision for a better, more prosperous future. Climate, agriculture, and food security are fundamental pillars of our cooperation. For Norway, food security is more than just a priority. It's a core mission. We are committed to help Tanzania produce more food locally. We are committed to help you to trade more, to export more, hopefully also to Norway. We are here to help in transforming to create a modern agricultural sector, to increase productivity, and to increase value addition. We are committing, as I said, helping Tanzania produce more food locally, with a special focus on supporting small-scale farmers, empowering women, and investing in the entire food production value chain. However, we cannot achieve these goals without taking into account the central role that climate change plays in shaping the agriculture landscape. Strengthening agriculture productivity must go hand in hand with safeguarding the environment. In 2023, we reaffirmed our commitment to intensifying our bilateral climate partnership with Tanzania, recognizing that climate change is no longer a distant challenge, but a reality with profound consequences on food security, the environment, the very economic development of nations. Climate resilient food production is one of the main pillars of the bilateral climate partnership and also a background for arranging this workshop. Our commitment to this cause has never been stronger. 1 year ago, during the state visit of Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan to Norway, we signed the Memorandum of Understanding on Agriculture and Food Security, a clear indication of our determination to build on our shared priorities and deepen our cooperation. As promised during that historic signing ceremony, we are already working hard to put this agreement into action. Central to this effort is the strategic partnership with the Southern Agriculture Growth Corridor of Tanzania, SACOT, which serves as a crucial bridge between the private sector, smallholder farmers, and government through the public-private partnership. The success of SACOT so far has been remarkable. By facilitating private sector investment and boosting agriculture productivity, it has driven significant improvements in food security and ensured environmental sustainability. Smallholder farmers have seen their income rise, and cumulative investments in the region have surpassed targets, making a major achievement in our shared goals. We also acknowledge the tremendous support of President Samia's government in expanding the SACOT model across Tanzania. This endorsement is a powerful testament to the positive impact this model has had on Tanzanian agriculture. Norway will continue to stand beside Tanzania in this important journey, supporting the new strategic phase, expanding impact, and extending the SACOT model to even more regions. In fact, we are excited to announce that recently we signed a new 3-year agreement with SACOT to deepen our collaboration even further. Private sector and trade play a crucial role in driving agriculture development in Tanzania. A thriving private sector working alongside with governments and smallholder farmers is essential for fostering sustainable growth, job creation, and long-term transformation in Tanzania's agriculture sector. Trademark Africa and Repua are other Norwegian partners working to improve the condition for private sector investments in this sector. And we are very glad to see an even stronger collaboration between SACOT and Repua and Trademark Africa. Today, we also have the privilege of witnessing the signing of a new agreement with the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, to support Tanzania's Agriculture Transformation Office, ATO. This agreement will contribute to the rolling out the agriculture growth corridors of Tanzania, the ACOT model, and community commodity initiatives under the new agriculture master plan. The Norwegian support aligns with Tanzania's Vision 2050, which seek to transform the country to an industrialized middle-income economy with a diversified agricultural sector. The support to ATO promises to bring together key stakeholders, creating a comprehensive framework for agriculture growth, resilience, and sustainability. Through this collaboration, we aim to contribute to a system that will allow Tanzania to meet its long-term agriculture and climate-related goals, as outlined in the country's development plan. So let me conclude by reiterating that Norway remains firmly committed to Tanzania's long-term agricultural transformation and sustainability. The agreement we are signing today with ACRA will support ATO, and this is another step towards achieving our shared goal. We look forward to the positive result it will bring to Tanzania's farmers, to communities, and to the nation as a whole in the years to come. Building a strong bilateral climate partnership and the agriculture MOU between our two countries, we are excited to continue learning from each other, sharing knowledge, and standing together as strategic partners in the realization of Tanzania's Vision 2050. Together, we will work for a resilient, prosperous agriculture sector that will be the backbone of Tanzania's economy for generations to come. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. Honorable guest of honor, before signing the agreements, we are going to hear from the two partners. We are going to hear from AGRA. They are going to tell us about the highlights of new agreement, which is going to be signed today, of AGRA supporting ATO. To also we'll hear from SAGOT. So I would like to take this opportunity to invite the Tanzania AGRA Country Director, Vianney Rwendera. Please take the floor.
Honorable Mr. Honorable Ambassador of Norway, my brother Professor Kirenga, all protocols observed. So we are going to witness the signing of the agreement between AGRA and Norwegian embassy, as well in terms of the Norway. Which one? The Norway government today, and the support is mainly around supporting the ATO in the transformation journey of scaling the SAGOT model. We all know that for the past decade, three decades, the Tanzania government plus private sector partners and donor partners have been implementing the private sector partnership within the SAGOT corridor, which has been successful under the leadership of my brother Kirenga. And so the aim is how now we support the ATO and SAGOT Center Limited, scale that model into other 4 agricultural zones as a growth corridor. As AGRA, we are implementing a 5-year strategy, which is around inclusive market, sustainable farming, seed system, and policy and state capability. This particular signing agreement lies within flagship number 7 of the Agricultural Master Plan, where AGRA, through the partnership of the AATI, we have supported the government of Tanzania to develop this master plan with that flagship. Now, the ministries and the government argues on the implementation process, which is all about getting the actual funding of the process. So there are 3 objectives within the agreement that is signed. The first one being around coordination and implementation of the AGOT corridors. It's very important to have a coordination that is geared to implement fully the scaling of the corridors. Secondly, is creating an enable environment for the private sector to come in and invest into the sector. As you all know, the Agenda 10 State Investment Roadmap, the master plan talks about the investment that should come from the private sector to make it more sustainable. And the third one is around increased investment, which is basically the scaling of objective number 2. So by way of that introduction, this will be a partnership that will be between AGRA, ATO, SAGOT Center Limited, Poplar, and specifically the LGAs within the new agricultural corridor zones. I remember the representative from POLAG this morning talked about the need to consider the importance of LGAs, which is largely considered very well to be the anchor of scaling these ones. If you listen to Mr. Kirenga, he will tell you the work we have done in socializing all this work within the LGAs, like the city policies, you talk about the regulations. If you don't clearly populate them and socialize them well at the LGAs, you ought to fail, because that's where the rubber meets the rubber meets the tire. Otherwise, by way of that introduction, that will be the signing, which will be signed by the regional director on behalf of AGRA President. AGRA President will not be here today because of, you all know that we have a new president coming in. There is a lot of transition coming in. The new AGRA President will be joining 1st of March. So that particular transition is making things to be busy therein, but nothing has gone bad. Things will happen. The MOU, the agreement is going to be signed. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Vian, Honorable Guest of Honor, I would like now to call upon Mr. Geoffrey Kirenga, but his address is twofold. First, he's going to tell us about the agreement which has been signed with the Norway, NORAD, but he's going to invite you to address this gathering as the member of the Presidential Advisory Council on Food and Agriculture. Mr. Kirenga, please take the floor. Karibu.
Honorable Deputy Minister for Agriculture, my brother David Silinde, Honorable Ambassador of Norway in Tanzania, Tony Taines, and the high table, protocol observed, dear colleagues from the government and also from the partners within Tanzania and beyond, and particularly from Norway. My name is Geoffrey Kirenga. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of SAGCOT, and I stand here grateful because, again, we are implementing something which is very, very important in the agriculture. As you may remember, we have a very close relationship between our country and Norway. Our president visited Norway, and in that process, there were a number of agreements, and these kind of meetings are the ones which are implementing that. So one of the implementation has been support which many of our institutions are receiving from Norway. One of that institution is SAGCOT. But today, number of experience, particularly on how we've been able to bring together the government, the private sector, and also the non-stakeholders to work in the corridor. We have been able to develop a vision, and that is actually contributing towards the transformation of the agro industries, make it inclusive. It's not only businesses, but also involving smallholder farmers. Our mission has always been to make sure that there is cordial relationship between the government and the private sector to address the agro industries transformation between small, large, and medium, in order for the farmers to be able to change their production system and also allow Tanzania to benefit more on many of the value chains that are in the country. We do mobilize facilitators and investments in the corridor. We lead on the policy issues, especially those ones addressing investments. We call it investment facilitation. And also we make sure that the investment that is taking place will be done in a sustainable way. And now we all agree this is even more important with the climate change. Go to the next slide. I'm glad to declare these numbers to you. It is actually the first time we are sharing them since we have done our research, that in the corridor, about 1 million farmers have been engaged. And many of these farmers not only engaged and benefit from the partnerships that we have had, a number of them have been permanently lifted out of poverty. And that is something very important. That is how we see agribusiness taking place, because these farmers are producing surpluses, and these surpluses are becoming businesses, and the businesses now are benefiting not only themselves, but also the country. We have seen that there's increased farming revenues, and we can share that about 1.2 million hectares. We improved technologies, and the investments that have taken place in the corridor is actually interesting. About $1.3 billion have been invested by the private sector in the past 10 years. But out of that, about 5 billion have been invested in the infrastructure in the corridors. And that's the investment by the government. And this is transformative, not only in the corridor, but also throughout the country. The Munyere hydropower station, which Tanzania now is benefiting, is an investment that has happened in the corridor. But also a lot of road infrastructure and electricities. I'm just coming from Jombe, and one of the district commissioner was very proud standing up and saying that 98% of my villages in my district have been connected to the grid. And now my task is to do the economic, realize the economic power of that investment. Now, this is a very important slide. The green part is the corridor. And then the other colors, the light blue is the Mtwara corridor, which is in the southernmost part of Tanzania, bordering Mozambique mostly, involving regions of Mtwara, Ruvuma, and Lindi. I will skip the green part because that's the famous circuit corridor. But between the coast region and Morogoro, we connect with Singida, Dodoma, Tabora, and the Lake Zone region, which is the biggest corridor, almost the same size as Circuit Corridor, which is the Central Corridor, is a new corridor. And then you have the Northern Corridor, which will cover Arusha, Tanga, Kilimanjaro, and Manyara. So these are the new corridors that we have included in our strategy. And this is the ones which we can see. In order for a corridor to be a corridor, there must be an entry and also an exit. And that is particularly important because that is where you can see the infrastructure, road, airports, as well as railways stepping up that corridor. So this is the shape that we have considered. But within those ones, we have a number of agroecological zones, which Tanzania is blessed with, and we will be operating in those agroecological zones. It is important to mention that even in the circuit corridors, you cannot be everywhere. You have to select places where you have greater chance of transformation. And this is the work which we are looking forward to do with, especially in the support that ATO is getting today. Next slide, please. Now I'll go very quickly. We will be maintaining the strategic areas of focus and also will deepen the interventions in the AGOT corridors. We will be facilitating partnerships. That is what I've mentioned between the players, especially between the government and the private sector. We will look on the policy and advisory issues because policy advocacy is very important. There are many things that are dear to the government and many things that are dear with the private sector and also non-state actors and our supporters. But sometimes there could be not complete alignment, and that is where we bring people together. We've been convening and agree on what is best for a particular value chain or a particular area or a particular investment. And we'll be continuing to do that. We have a good experience, and also we have a promotion of the climate smart agriculture. Productivity is a factor of many things. One of it is actually how we judiciously use our resources for production. We'll be advocating the climate smart practices, issues of taking care of the health of the soil. We'll be prioritizing the partnerships, and also we'll be maintaining collaboration with partners especially in the research, but our knowledge partners like GRG and others that have been working in the area of investment. GRG stands for Green Reference Group. Next, please. The AGOT strategy was guided by the following principles. I will quickly go through them. That is, we will be looking on the national priorities. We have now the master plan, but also we have Agenda 1030. But again, we're just developing Vision 2050, and I'm very lucky to be one of the people that have been selected to participate in its development. Agriculture is given priorities in that particular area. This is being translated now in the long-term perspective plan, and I'm lucky again to be part of that team. So we will be looking on what is being prioritized. And I'm happy to share with you, Honorable Minister, that the work that you have done in developing Agriculture Master Plan has made our work in developing the vision and now LTPP quite easy and enjoyable because we know what our partners in agriculture really need. We'll be looking, and another issue is the institutional strength. We'll be leveraging what we have developed, our capacity, and also our partners. But also, we will develop more on the inclusive growth. One of my trainers in the past told me that if you want to develop, you cannot develop alone. You will never be successful if you have an island of prosperity in a sea of poverty. We need to develop, and inclusive growth is critical. And also, we'll be using the food systems length, very important. We only produce, but nutrition to our people is very, very important. Also, it has to be done in sustainability. Let's go to the next. This is a complicated slide, but what we need to say is there are a number of places that are extremely blessed by what Tanzania has been given, the land, the climate, the people, but also the investments that have taken place by the government, the railway, the roads. But again, also we have investment in research, storage, and other things. These areas, this is where you find clusters of businesses taking place. Our duty is to go and see how we can facilitate that. We'll be using the compact arrangements, especially commodity compact, to make sure that we succeed in making sure the production is done efficiently, competitively, but is done in a sustainable way. And the experience that we have had in the Southern Highlands, especially in the clusters and also in the commodity clusters, something which we are ready to go and take to the other corridors. And we're looking forward for this. This is going to be quite exciting. And knowing that ATO, but also the Department of Agriculture and the Minister of Agriculture will be part of this, but also in the other ministries like livestock and also Vice President's office on the issues of looking on the environment, we create a particular unique partnership that makes us success. And this cluster approach and commodity compact are very important in the success. And this is the experience which we will be bringing in other corridors. But together with this, we do have businesses which are quite successful. the ones which have invested around 1.3 billion in the Circuit Corridor. Some of these businesses have already grown and have become national enterprises. They're already working in other corridors. So we will be looking on what are they doing and what lessons can they bring. But also one hidden thing is that the leadership that you have worked with in the corridor, many of them have been transferred, are available in other districts and regions beyond the Circuit Corridor. We will leverage that relationship that we have developed with that leadership, because those will be our ambassadors, because they have lived and they have worked with us in the corridor. They will be sharing that message together with the partners and teams that we have from the Ministry of Agriculture. This is how we're going to do it, and it's going to be quite exciting. We're looking forward for that. Next. These are quite details on how we're going to do wrapping the private sector engagement in the targeted value chains, interventions, its pillars, and also the emerging commodity compacts approach. We will do the coordination and collaboration of partners. We will continue to create an enabling environment to enable private sector to grow, and also will increase in the prioritizing of issues of environment, especially soil health. And we'll explore opportunities for agriculture to benefit from the climate financing. This is something which is global, it's new, but there's a lot of opportunities for the agriculture sector. I will make this my last slide because of the interest of time. We're looking forward to work more closely with our partners, especially our partners in the Ministry of Agriculture and also Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries, and also the Vice President's Office, Environment, and others. In our work with ATO, we'll develop investment blueprints in those areas which we are going to identify. And we're very happy that this support through our relationship and the work that Tanzania is doing with Norway is going to enable this to happen. We'll be addressing barriers that are not allowing agriculture to grow in the way that we wanted, in order to be able to feed ourselves continuously, but also to have surplus to sell beyond Tanzania. We'll be working with our knowledge partners. And here I've just mentioned REPOA because I know you're supporting REPOA. Very important analysis work that has been done. And I'll give you one secret. Tanzania geographical position is quite unique. In itself is a resource just like the other natural wonders that have been given to Tanzania, like the minerals, the waters. Our geographical position can make Tanzania a gateway into Africa, but also opening us to one of the dynamic growth areas of the world, the Indian Ocean part. But also, we are not very far to the Middle East and even Europe. So we will be leveraging that opportunity in order to see how we can optimize that. And finally, I will not go into those details, John. I would like to end here by showing you an example of how one can be successful in the value chain. We have used this picture of this lady in our banners. This picture is a potato farmer, the lady that you see in this banner here. In that we started working with potatoes, Tanzanians farmers were producing not more than between 5 and 7 tons per hectare. Right now, our farmers that we have worked with, they're able to reach between 28 tons to 40 tons. Njombe, Iringa, and Mbeya, they are already surplus producers of potatoes, something which Tanzania used to import about 30,000 metric tons annum. Right now, if you go to our neighboring countries, like those ones in Kenya, in Kikomba market, most of the potatoes that you will see will be coming from Tanzania in the Southern Highlands. But it's not only for production for the sake of it. It's for production in order to bring money into the farmer's pocket. And it has to be done in a sustainable way. Right now, all what we have done, although we're already producing surpluses, most of our farmers are not getting improved seeds, yes. So we're excited, the work that you are doing with TARI, but also with the private sector companies that are coming in Tanzania. So this one value chain, and when I look at ATO master plan, we see a number of value chains. And most of these value chains can undergo that fantastic transformation. The secret is bring the knowledge that you have generated in our research institutions, the knowledge that is within the private sector, because we do have strategic investors in these value chains. Make sure that you do it in a sustainable way, because you have to make sure that you are working in a sustainable way. And finally, bring the partnership between public and private sector. It is very challenging to present what SACCOT has done and what is planning to do in 10 minutes, but I've done my best, and I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Now the second address, Mr. Kirenga, of inviting the guest of honor.
Thank you. Now I've been given an honor and opportunity, ninayo heshima kubwa kupata fursa hii kukaribisha Mheshimiwa Naibu Waziri kuja kuhutubia hadhara hii. Karibu sana.
Habari za mchana. Your Excellency, Norway Ambassador to Tanzania, Tines, Mr. Kirenga, CEO of SAGCOT, Mr. Vianney Agra, Country Director, all government officials present here, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank God, the Almighty, for His protection and keeping us healthy to meet here today. I feel honored to be given this opportunity to participate in this important event that aims at launching of new projects to be implemented by ATO and the other key partners through AGRA and signing of agreements between Norway and AGRA. Ladies and gentlemen, I was told that this project aims to unlock agriculture regulatory barriers, including export barriers, to attract private sector investment and scaling up the SAGCOT model to agriculture growth corridors of Tanzania, and to have an inclusive economic growth, improve the food system, reduce the poverty. The total cost for this project is Norwegian krona 15 million, which is equivalent to $1.348 for 3 years, between 2025 to 2027. And at the end of this implementation, we will realize the following issues. One, enhancing coordination and commercialization of smallholder farmers for inclusive economic growth, improved food security, and poverty reduction. And two, enhancing coordination, mechanization, and effectiveness of corridors, clusters, and commodity compact delivery. Number three is improved enabling environment for investments, including market, trade, and finance. And four, inclusive market performance for supported value chains. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of United Republic of Tanzania and the government of the Kingdom of Norway signed the Memorandum of Understanding on 14th February 2024 in Oslo, Norway, during the official visit of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of United Republic of Tanzania in Norway. Among agreed areas of cooperation on that MOU, one was facilitating and promoting private sector investments and access to financial services, especially for local, small and medium food processing enterprises, and strengthening the role of farmer. Their access to affordable finance, market opportunities, and the resources they need to thrive. Two is to build a Better Tomorrow program, BBT, which aims to enable livelihood of youth and women through agriculture sector and government initiatives to address youth and women unemployment challenges in agri-food systems and to create sustainable market-led solution, boost food security, enhance trade, drive economic growth for Tanzanian farmers, producers, communities, and the country in general. Ladies and gentlemen, the government has made significant progress in fulfilling demands for farmers. We have developed and enforced policies and programs that create an enabling environment for agriculture transformation, including the establishment of Tanzania Agriculture Growth Corridors. The Presidential Agriculture Advisory Council, the Agriculture Transformation Office, the Development of Agriculture Transformation Master Plan 2050, Agenda 1030 Agribusiness Strategy, Building a Better Tomorrow Youth in Agribusiness Program, BBT, developing of various projects, including Tanzania Food System Resilience Project, this is TFSRP, and Tanzania Agriculture Input Support Project, ISIP. Ladies and gentlemen, due to that, Tanzania has done well in ensuring food sufficiency to over 128% in the fiscal year 2023-2024, respectively, indicating strong performance in production and productivity. This has been made possible partly because the government's strategic focuses on expanding agriculture land and infrastructure, boost agriculture productivity, and ensure food security, including research development, expansion of irrigation scheme, seed sector development, and the commercialization of the agriculture sector. Also, transformation done by the government through agriculture-led ministries from the concept of food security to food system and sovereignty, which consider agriculture sector in a broader perspective as economic welfare of a country, such as investment on construction of rural roads to facilitate transportation of agriculture inputs, agriculture produces, and electrification of rural areas to enhance agro-processing. Ladies and gentlemen, further to that, we increase the budgetary allocation for the crop subsector from $88 million in the financial year 2020-2021 to $420 million in the fiscal year 2023-2024. For example, the increased budget is direct to the development of irrigation infrastructure, where we have increased the area under irrigation from around 400,000 hectares in 2019 to 730,000 hectares in 2023. We have targeted to reach 8 million hectares by 2030 in order to maintain our supply capacity to food to many countries that are food insecure. This is guided by our vision feed ourselves and feed others commercial. Also to research development, seed multiplication, extension services, and marketing infrastructure. On the other end, Tanzania achieved a growth rate of 5% in 2024 from 2.7% in 2019, surpassing the continental average of 3.7%, but falling short of 60% of Malabo target. Therefore, we have deliberately given the priority to the agriculture sector in the sense that it is all about economic welfare of the people. We now look in a food system and food sovereignty perspective. We are expecting to launch Vision 2050, which has put agriculture sector at the center of the country economic transformation. Based on that, we have reviewed all programs, plans, and strategies in the agriculture sector by considering the best practices, lessons learned, and come up with the Agriculture Master Plan of 2050. The Agriculture Master Plan is a visionary, broadly economically perspective, and it addresses specific intervention for agriculture sector. Therefore, Agriculture Master Plan will be our roadmap for agriculture transformation for the next 25 years, and will be implementing through programs, strategies, and the projects, including Agenda 1030 implementation strategy, which aims at attaining 10% sector growth by 2030 from the current 5%. To attain this, private sector is encouraged to collaborate with the government through public-private partnership. Building a Better Tomorrow program, a youth and women initiative for agribusiness. The program aims at addressing unemployment to youth and women by solving their main challenges, such as access to agricultural land, startup capital, skills, technology, reliable market for agriculture produce. Thus, the government intends to allocate between 5 to 10 acres to each youth under the BBT program. The government has already secured a total of 300,000 hectares and aims at securing a total of 1 million hectares by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, as we work on the food system agenda, our sector objective is clear. We intend to promote inclusive growth in the economy. We have embarked on the implementation of the flagship program known as Building a Better Tomorrow BBT Youth Initiative in agribusiness from 2022 to 2030, which unlock challenges associated with the youth in agriculture, such as land, capital, market, technology, and perception. The program adopted participatory approach which involve government, private sector, development partners, and other key stakeholders. The programs entails drilling of boreholes in block farms to provide climate resilience initiatives, and the other intervention include BBT extension supports, BBT financing, and the BBT block farms. Ladies and gentlemen, post-harvest losses have been hampering the effort to eradicate food and nutrition insecurity in our country. In efforts to ensure food security and reduce post-harvest losses, we have invested into construction of storage facilities, building capacity to farmers and other agriculture actors along the value chains, as well as investing in post-harvest handling technology. We now have finished construction post-harvest center of excellence at our capital city, Dodoma. However, it is estimated that 30 to 40% of harvest are lost across all crops. Culture is driven by several factors, including the inadequate agro-processing facilities. This may be addressed by public and private sectors, including Norway and other partners, through construction of aggregation facilities such as warehouse, processing, and packaging buildings. I expect this project will join hands with us in construction of those infrastructure, since we will address the challenges facing smallholder farmers and local processing SMEs as intended by the project. Ladies and gentlemen, trade is a driver towards transformation of food systems, and it is a key in attaining our promises of the SDGs. We have established COPRA as a vehicle to facilitate trade within and outside the country, which will stimulate production and productivity, hence livelihood improvement. It is my hope that this project will also join hands with COPRA initiative towards enhancing trade within and outside the country. In concluding, I would like to thank the Kingdom Government of Norway for enabling this initiative, we wish great success to all implementing partners and stakeholders involved, and don't forget to engage the Minister of Agriculture during your implementation for documentation and awareness. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza, and I'm ready for witnessing, signing and launching of the ATO, AGRA, and SAGICOT agreements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Guest of Honor. Gladys, we are now preparing for the signing ceremony. Okay. 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 Very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Guest of Honor. Now we are going to launch the new agreement of SAGOT and ATO and AGRA. And this will be done by pressing the button on the set aside table and also cutting the cake. So it's exciting. Gladys, can you please arrange for the pressing of the button? And this will be, there'll be a countdown. Mr. Kirenga, please lead the guest of honor to the button pressing table. Okay. 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 Dangerous, yeah.
So now we are going to start off. We did the other projects which was signed today, and now we are going to the next one called Apple. Okay, now we are starting.
That is for AGOT. Okay. Thank you very much. Now the cake. Okay, now the guest of honor is going to cut a cake. Okay. That is the cake to commemorate the signing. And this is going to be cut by the guest of honor and honorable ambassador. So Gladys, the knife. Okay. Okay. Yes. So here the guest of honor will cut a piece of cake together with Madam Ambassador, and then try. Okay. Now they're going to prepare nice pieces to the honorable ambassador will feed a piece to the guest of honor, and the guest of honor will also give a piece of cake to Madam Ambassador, and the rest of us will see the cake in the reception room. Don't queue for the cake. It's very tempting. Okay? Okay. One. Okay? Haya, makofi jamani. Mheshimiwa, naomba umlishe Madam Ambassador. Asante. Makofi mengi. Asanteni sana. As I've said, this cake will be taken to the other room, so we'll get an opportunity to see it. And now I would like to invite the acting director of Agriculture Transformation Office to give the vote of thanks.
Honorable David Silinde, Member of Parliament, Deputy Minister, Minister of Agriculture, His Excellency Ton Tunis, Ambassador of Norway to Tanzania, Professor Jean Georg, Agra Regional Director, East Africa and Southern Africa, Mr. Vianney, Country Director, Agra, Mr. Kirenga, Chief Executive Officer, ATO, Sagot Center, Head of Delegation, NORAD, government official, members of press, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, as we wrap up today's MOU signing and project launching ceremony, I would like to take a moment to extend our sincere gratitude to all those who have made this event possible. Nevertheless, first and foremost, I would like to thank you, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Honorable David Silinde, for taking the time out of what we know is a very busy schedule to be with us today. Your presence not only highlights the importance of this initiative, but also reinforces our commitment to advancing agriculture transformation in our country. So thank you for prioritizing us in this event. Honorable Deputy Minister, I would like also to express our sincere appreciation to the Norwegian government for your and investment towards agriculture transformation is crucial for us as we work to implement the policy reform necessary for successful agriculture transformation. Your support us to drive meaningful change of fostering sustainable future of our agriculture sector by ensuring existence of conducive policy instrument. Together, we are providing the way for innovative solution and improved practice that will benefit farmers, community, and me as a whole. Thank you again for your leadership and belief on our vision. The funding support will specifically contribute in the implementation of Agriculture Master Plan, flagship number 7, which is the basis of the master plan. Your commitment is invaluable, and we eagerly anticipate benefit more from this partnership, other flagships. Honorable Deputy Minister, ATO would like to acknowledge the support of Agra team in Tanzania and Nairobi, who have played a significant role in this journey for the initiative, discussing proposal development and the final agreement. Their insights and guidance have been invaluable. Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share a brief summary of Agriculture Transformation Office and the master plan to which you are in champion. Agriculture Transformation Office was established under the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries in 2023, which mandated to drive the transformation agenda of the agriculture sector in Tanzania by supporting coordination and overseeing the implementation of Agriculture Master Plan 2050. The Agriculture Master Plan 2050 is a catalytic roadmap detailed with 15 flagship projects and 20 priority commodities, aiming at steering transformation of agriculture in the country in inclusive, sustainable, knowledge-driven, and climate resilience agriculture for the next 25 years. Honorable Minister, the project that has been signed today will support the Agriculture Transformation Office in implementation and monitoring of flagship number 7 of Agriculture Master Plan, which the objective is unlocking agriculture-specific regulatory barriers, including export barrier, to attract private investment and the scaling of Sagot model to agriculture growth corridors of Tanzania. The AGCOT will include 4 different corridors: Southern, Central, Western, and Lake Zone. Among others, the project will provide technical assistance to ATO and other key stakeholders to assess and identify agriculture-specific regulatory barriers to conduct business, as well as develop agriculture growth corridors strategies towards scaling up of our SAGOT model nationwide. The total cost of the project expected to be completed in 3 years, 2025, 2027, it will be $1.348 million, with the objective of fostering inclusive economic growth, improve food security, reduce poverty, enhance coordination and agriculture commercialization. Honorable Minister, the focus will be reforming the policy and regulatory environment to support private sector investment and commercialization in agriculture. With the support from the partners, ATO will play a pivotal role in identifying and analyzing policies and institutional constraints, providing evidence-based recommendations to address them. ATO will also oversee the scaling of the current SAGOT into agricultural growth corridors. Honorable Deputy Minister, ATO will collaborate with government institutions and stakeholders with high impact in the agriculture ecosystem, championing the development of investment blueprint and investment in green print for the 4 agriculture growth corridor in line with the Agriculture Master Plan flagship number 7. The investment blueprint will identify investment opportunities, key actors, and agriculture hotspots, while the investment green prints will consider the issue of inclusive growth, green climate, smart agriculture, and social environmental protection. Honorable Deputy Minister, apart from the above, in this project will be required to, ATO in this project will be required to do the following: leadership and alignment of the goals and vision concerned stakeholders within the AGOT ecosystem, intra-government coordination related to needs of key value chains and the private sector, coordinating follow-up and problem solution arising from public and private dialogue. Liaising with the government, that is, government agencies addressing regulatory barriers and infrastructure investment, corridor development matrix. ATO will lead the development of AGOT flagship program development, which is facilitate resource mobilization and rely partners in to support the program. Also, ATO will do identification and design of hard and soft corridor interventions. Hard intervention related to infrastructure, while the soft intervention related to the development of institutional and human resource, aiming to build a capacity to promote economic growth. Delivery and implementation mechanism, which focus on both overall delivery capacity and the institutional arrangement established among the corridor stakeholders. Honorable Minister, ATO, in collaboration with the SAGOT, will also establish a platform for the private sector to express priority and benefit from economy of scale through shared infrastructure, capacity building, clustering, and technical assistance. Clustering facilitates a structured approach to transformation by enhancing better coordination and synergies to address value chain specific challenges. This approach will allow partners to reinforce their effort towards agriculture commercialization. The cluster will build on AGRA long-term experience, track record, and successful implementation of the integrated consortia approach to improve last-mile delivery, farmer productivity, and market access. ATO is expected to work closely with COPRA to ensure efficient implementation of key policy regulations. Lastly, but not least, sector coordination and alignment of all stakeholders within AGOT's ecosystem will be crucial to maximize the efficiency of available resources. Honorable Deputy Minister, I am pleased to inform the stakeholders that we have a long list of projects already identified through Agriculture Master Plan flagships. That is, each flagship is a standalone project with specific interventions and costs, and this event is the good platform to invite other stakeholders, development partners, and private sector to work together with ATO in supporting both ministry to fast-track implementation of agriculture master plan towards inclusive economic growth and poverty reduction in Tanzania. Finally, thank you for all the stakeholders and development partners who are played a role in this journey and continue to support ATO. Your insights and guidance have been invaluable. Honorable Deputy Minister, we would like to pledge our continued support and dedication in making this vision of transforming of the agriculture sector for the improved economy, food security, and eradication of poverty in this country a reality. Thank you for your continued support and guidance in this journey. Having said so, I wish to declare this session closed. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
What can I say? The session is closed. Honorable guest of honor, we mark the end of this high-level session. We thank you so much for your guidance and for your attendance to this high-level event. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to break for a group photo, which will be taken outside. And then media would like to have few interviews with the honorable guest of honor, honorable ambassador, SAGOT CEO, and also the regional director for AGRA. Twendeni. Naomba msome ratiba zenu. After this, we meet at 4:45. Just go to your timetable and then see what is happening then. And the cake will be there.
Yes. My pleasure. Okay. Huh? Okay. Okay. That's okay. Yes, what is it now? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, like a restriction.